Hey guys, tonight we're headed deep into the Egyptian desert, under a velvet black sky powdered with stars, where the wind slips softly over ancient stone and the gods whisper in long forgotten tongues. You're standing barefoot in the sand, listening to the hush of the Nile somewhere far behind you. A crescent moon glints off the golden mask of a pharaoh. But it's not the one you're thinking of. Not Tut. Not Ramses. This one's different. His crown sits a little crooked. His eyes burn with strange devotion. And above him, a single sun blazes, silently watching. You're about to walk through the strange and haunting life of Akhenaten, the pharaoh who looked up one day and said, "You know what? Let's cancel all the gods. Except the sun. The sun's cool." You probably won't survive this religious reform. But hey, you'll look fabulous while it happens. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with where you're listening from and your local time. I love seeing the bedtime map grow. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're not in the grandeur of Thebes or the golden glitz of Giza. You're in a palace garden under the stars, and a boy is staring up at them with too many questions for a future pharaoh. His name, for now, is Amenhotep IV, and he is not what the court expected. You watch him shuffle awkwardly past sandstone columns, small for his age, head slightly tilted, as if always listening for something. Not a god's voice. Not yet. But he's quiet, dreamy, the kind of kid who sketches sunbeams in the margins of his papyrus homework. His father, Amenhotep III, is Egypt's golden boy, literally. The guy commissioned so many statues of himself that future archaeologists probably thought he cloned. He ruled during a time of luxury. Feasts with roast goose, wine in alabaster jars, and so much incense it could knock out a hippo. But Amenhotep IV grows up in a palace where the walls are covered in images of hundreds of gods, and none of them really click. You feel him squirm in religious ceremonies, mouthing the prayers, but never quite connecting. Meanwhile, high priests of Amun walk around like CEOs in leopard skin capes, soaking up offerings and wielding more power than some royals. You can practically hear the jealousy fizzing under the surface. He spends more time in the sunlight than the temple shadows. He starts sketching discs, perfect round ones, beams radiating like fingers, sometimes with tiny hands at the ends. One mainstream historical fact: the sun god Aten had existed in Egyptian religion for centuries, usually just as an aspect of the sun, not a VIP god. But for young Amenhotep IV, that disk isn't a side character. It's everything. He isn't alone in this obsession. His mother, Queen Tiye, is no background figure. She's brilliant, politically savvy, and probably muttering, "I told you so," in hieroglyphs. Some fringe historians even suggest she nudged him toward monotheism, planting the seed that would someday bloom in the desert. Maybe over tea. Maybe while hiding from priests. Court life is intense. Picture gold everywhere, nosebleed-inducing perfumes, and musicians plucking harps while eunuchs fan you with ostrich feathers. You try not to trip over the sacred cats. You try to avoid being cursed. Amenhotep's tutors stuff his brain with math, astronomy, and religious texts. But he keeps circling back to that disk in the sky. Why worship dozens of gods with crocodile heads, jackal heads, ibis heads, when there's one real, visible force that rises every morning and touches everything with warmth? Historians still argue whether this fascination was spiritual, political, or just plain weird. Maybe all three. Maybe he simply liked the way the sun made everything look honest. As he grows, he begins to speak in metaphors. The light of Aten isn't just warmth, it's truth. It's life. You try to stay awake during his speeches, which are kind of like TED Talks, but with more linen and fewer slides. The palace reacts like any good bureaucracy, with barely concealed panic. A prince who won't fully commit to Amun, who asks too many questions during rituals, who smiles too long at the sunrise. Awkward. One fringe tidbit? Ancient Egyptians believed the sun traveled through the underworld each night, fighting chaos serpents before returning at dawn. That's hardcore. Aten? Aten just shines. Constant. Pure. No serpents. Just vibes. You feel the tension whenever Amenhotep attends ceremonies at Karnak, the giant temple complex dedicated to Amun. The priests nod politely, but their eyebrows are screaming. This kid's not one of them. And yet, the throne looms closer when Amenhotep III dies. After a long reign of peace, architectural flexing, and at least one colossal statue too big to move, his son inherits the world's most powerful job. Amenhotep IV steps up, probably still doodling sun discs on things he shouldn't. The golden cartouches of his coronation shimmer with the names of many gods, but one gets a little extra sparkle. You're there when he first holds the crook and flail, the symbols of kingship. They look too heavy in his hands. Maybe it's just nerves. Maybe it's the crushing weight of tradition that he's already planning to mess with. But for now, he plays along. Sort of. You see him enter the temple of Amun with ceremonial dignity, and a faint look of someone wondering if it's rude to ask for a refund. Egypt waits. The gods wait. The priests definitely wait, holding their breath and sharpening their side eyes. And you? You wait too, watching the sun rise a little too slowly over the Valley of the Kings, knowing something is coming, something very bright. You're still in the palace, but now everything feels heavier. Amenhotep IV is no longer a curious boy sketching sunbeams. He's Pharaoh now, head of state, voice of the gods, and official wearer of fancy kilts. And absolutely everyone is watching. You trudge through the great courts of Thebes with him. Every echo off the stone columns feels like a whisper from the old gods, nudging, reminding, judging. Behind him trail scribes, nobles, priests, servants, maybe even someone whose job is just guy who holds the royal eyeliner. The crown sits high on his head, all gleaming gold and symbolism, but it looks like it's pressing down, like maybe it's too big, too early. He's young, maybe in his teens, though ancient Egyptian birth certificates aren't exactly crystal clear. Still, the court expects poise, decisiveness, that intimidating pharaoh energy. But Amenhotep IV's vibe is more mild theology major than divine hammer of Egypt. He tries to please at first, sort of. You watch him dutifully fund temple repairs, issue a few traditional decrees, and attend festivals like a good pharaoh should. But it's stiff, performative, like someone doing karaoke in a language they just learned. His father's old advisors hover around him like vultures dressed in linen. The high priest of Amun, in particular, is giving strong, disapproving uncle energy. Amun's cult isn't just powerful, it is power. Its priests control land, labor, and enough grain to feed a small civilization. You can almost see the calculations behind their forced smiles. Meanwhile, Amenhotep IV just keeps drifting toward that one idea. The idea that Aten, the sun disk, isn't just another deity in the pantheon. It's the only one worth honoring. Mainstream historians agree that this wasn't just spiritual rebellion. It was a political one. By elevating Aten, Amenhotep IV could cut through the knotted web of priestly influence. No more middlemen, no more gold-dripping temples to gods who didn't answer his morning meditations. Just him and the sun. But that kind of change doesn't happen overnight. At first, it creeps in. You notice tiny shifts, new hymns praising the Ra-Horakti, who rejoices in the horizon, in his name of the light which is in the sun disk. Rolls right off the tongue. Artists start slipping in sun rays around the edges of reliefs. Old priests start coughing awkwardly when they see a beam touching the pharaoh's head. He begins building. A small temple to Aten inside the sprawling Karnak complex. Yes, inside the headquarters of Amun. The audacity is delicious. Fringe fact? The Aten temple had no roof, just open to the sky, basking in the light. You wander through it, feeling the heat on your face, and trying not to look directly into the theological revolution underway. Court gossip spirals like a desert whirlwind. Is the pharaoh just eccentric? Is he sick? Is this a phase? Will he grow out of it and get back to properly sacrificing to jackal-headed gods? You peek into a royal dinner. Amenhotep IV, seated stiffly beside his queen, Nefertiti, both surrounded by diplomats, courtiers, and one nervous harpist playing the same three notes. He barely touches his food. His mind seems miles away, probably out there with the sun, or writing poetry about it, or composing yet another awkwardly long god title. Even the architecture is starting to twitch. His building crews use talatat, small, standardized limestone blocks that go up quickly, like divine Lego. He's in a hurry. You can feel it, like he's racing against something. Then comes the moment, the pivot that no one at court misses. His official inscriptions begin favoring Aten over Amun. Not just favoring, replacing. The name of Amun starts disappearing from his monuments, like a spiritual game of erase and replace. You watch a scribe glance nervously over his shoulder, then chip Amun's name off a stone wall with the careful delicacy of someone deleting browser history. Historians still argue whether this was ideology or strategy. Did Amenhotep IV truly believe Aten was the one and only god? Or was he just tired of playing second fiddle to priests with more gold than he had? Either way, he starts changing everything. And the priests? They do not vibe. You hear the unrest rising in the back rooms. Clerics muttering into goblets of date wine. Nobles fanning themselves aggressively. There's even one guy who tries to offer incense to both Aten and Amun in the same prayer, and ends up nearly fainting from guilt. Or heat stroke. Hard to say. Still, there's a kind of momentum now. Something's moving, growing, pushing. You feel it in the way the sun lingers just a little longer in the palace courtyards. Or maybe that's just your imagination. Maybe it's the Aten, peeking in through the columns. But not everyone is resisting. A few courtiers lean into the shift. They start wearing clothes with solar motifs, offering prayers at dawn, and commissioning poetry that makes Aten sound like a golden influencer. Opportunism or faith? No one's sure, and no one really cares. Power's changing direction, and survival means adjusting your sails. Even Nefertiti seems to shift, standing beside her husband not just as queen, but as a symbol, a partner in this divine revolution. Her image starts appearing more often, grander, bolder, sometimes even in poses reserved for pharaohs. One night, under the weight of palace torches and political tension, Amenhotep IV makes a decision. He's going to change more than just prayers. He's going to change himself. You're there, in the echoing halls of Thebes, when it happens. Not with a trumpet fanfare or fire from the sky, but with a proclamation. Carved in stone, spoken in temples, whispered by scribes. Amenhotep IV is no more. He has renamed himself. From now on, you will call him Akhenaten, effective for the Aten. It's not just a name. It's a full-on metaphysical mic drop. You blink. The court blinks. The gods, probably, blink. In ancient Egypt, names carry power. Names are spells. This isn't some royal nickname or pet title. This is the pharaoh declaring, "Yeah, I work for the sun now. Full time." The name change sends ripples through the palace. Every inscription has to be redone. Every monument still wet with Amenhotep IV's cartouche. Scribes have to chip and scrub, like they're cleaning a really judgmental bathtub. You trail behind one royal artisan, muttering under his breath as he chisels yet another Akhenaten into a wall. He's not mad, just exhausted. You can tell by the way he talks to the hammer, like it's his therapist. Mainstream historical fact. Pharaohs often adopted new throne names throughout their reigns, usually to reflect accomplishments or spiritual alignment. But this was a full-on erasure of the old identity. Akhenaten wasn't just evolving. He was rebirthing, and not everyone's on board. You pass by a cluster of priests huddled behind a half-finished statue. They're sweating. Not from the heat. Okay, partly from the heat. But mostly because the guy funding their massive Amun temple now worships a flying disc. One fringe tidbit. Some scholars think Akhenaten's name change was a signal that he believed himself to be Aten's prophet, or even Aten's physical manifestation on earth. Which is bold. Pharaohs were always divine adjacent, but Akhenaten might have been the first to fully blur that line into spiritual performance art. Back in the palace, things start looking different. Gone are the old images of Akhenaten smiting enemies and looking generically buff. The new art is weird. Long faces, soft bellies, wide hips. Everyone's got limbs like cooked noodles. Akhenaten especially. He's often shown with a strange, elongated head and an almost androgynous form. like if a flamingo decided to become a philosopher. And the Aten, always floating above, showering beams of light that end in little hands, reaching out tenderly. Historians still argue whether the art style reflects a real condition, religious symbolism, or just a radical new aesthetic. Marfan syndrome, feminist theology, giant sun-worshipping flex? Take your pick. You wander through one of the first newly carved wall scenes and get completely distracted by how domestic everything looks. Pharaoh cuddling his kids. Pharaoh handing grapes to Nefertiti. Pharaoh just chilling under sunlight like a dad on a picnic. It's shockingly relatable. You can't help but snort at one panel showing Akhenaten receiving the Aten's rays. Right on his bald spot. Divine warmth, or just solar scalp burn. But while the royal family is glowing, sometimes literally, the rest of Egypt isn't quite sure what to do. Imagine your world, rituals, calendars, holidays, all based on dozens of deities. Crocodile-headed Sobek, falcon-headed Horus, sky cow Hathor. Then suddenly, nope, it's Aten or bust. You see confusion in the market stalls. Are you still supposed to wear amulets? Can you still pray to Bastet when your cat's sick? Is Thoth still in charge of paperwork? Or nah? One merchant leans in and whispers, I'm still sneaking offerings to Ptah, but don't tell the neighbors. You wink and buy a knockoff sun amulet just to keep up appearances. And in the middle of all this change, Nefertiti. She's not just a queen anymore. She's the queen. She starts appearing in artwork the same size as Akhenaten, which in Egypt basically means co-ruler vibes. You see her striking the same divine poses, wearing the blue crown usually reserved for kings, and offering incense to Aten with serious spiritual swag. She's smart, magnetic, elegant, and she's everywhere. Some fringe theories suggest she was more than a co-star, that she was pulling strings behind the scenes, guiding the religious reform, while Akhenaten monologued about sunlight. Honestly, it's not a terrible theory. And then there are the kids. You can't walk through the palace without tripping over at least one royal daughter. Artwork shows 6 girls, dancing, playing, lounging, basking in Aten's rays like little sun chicks. It's adorable. It's also propaganda. This is the new divine family. Approachable, tender, photogenic. You try not to laugh when a scribe calls them the Sunbeam Sisters. Okay, you do laugh. A little. Historians still argue whether these portrayals were sincere family moments or carefully crafted imagery to humanize the regime. Either way, it's a sharp turn from the stiff, stoic pharaohs of the past. But for all the changes, one thing hasn't happened yet. Akhenaten is still in Thebes, still surrounded by temples to the very gods he's ghosting, still brushing past granite statues of Amun, who, let's be honest, is probably glaring at him from the underworld. That's when Akhenaten decides it's time. Time to start over. Time to build his city. A place with no shrines to Amun, no priests from the old order, no shadows, just open sky and sunlight, and walls that face east to catch the first dawn beam like a celestial alarm clock. You stand with him on the edge of a desert plain, sand stretching endlessly in every direction. There's nothing here. No structures, no roads, no "Welcome to New Thebes" signs. But Akhenaten lifts his arms to the sun and says, "Right here." You sigh. You, of course he did. You're sweating already. And they haven't even started building yet. There's no river here, no temples, no civilization. Just miles and miles of rocky desert. Sun-baked hills on either side, like giant sleeping camels. You shield your eyes from the glare and try to imagine a city springing up from this blankness. It feels ambitious. Also, kind of ridiculous. But Akhenaten? He's glowing. He stands on a cliffside and declares this place the new center of everything. No divine signs, no oracles, no sacred trees. Just vibes. Divine, sun-drenched vibes. The city will be called Akhenaten, the horizon of the Aten. Of course it will. You can almost hear the scribes groaning as they add another Aten-based name to their scrolls. This is where the god Aten will live. This is where truth will shine, unfiltered by shady temples and incense-choked ceremonies. And because Akhenaten does nothing halfway, he isn't just moving the capital. He's rewriting Egypt's spiritual GPS, mainstream historical fact. Akhenaten is the only ancient Egyptian capital founded and built from scratch by a single pharaoh for a single religious vision. It was designed to reflect Akhenaten's theological dream: sunlight, symmetry, and absolutely no statues of Amun allowed. You get roped into watching the early planning meetings. It's chaotic. Royal architects stand around with measuring ropes and very nervous expressions. So, you want the palace to face the sunrise? Yes. And no roofs on the temples? Correct. And the god is just a disk? Obviously. You wander the construction zone, dodging carts full of talatat blocks. These small limestone cubes are designed for speed, like a holy IKEA set with very specific light requirements. The city rises fast. Too fast. Like someone's afraid they'll run out of sunlight before finishing. Aten temples bloom first. Open-air courts with giant offering tables and colonnades where the beams can filter through just so. Palaces follow. Graceful, airy, filled with courtyards and colored tiles that sparkle like pebbles under shallow water. And unlike traditional Egyptian cities, Akhenaten is open. No massive fortress walls, no temples in shadowed cloisters, just space, sky, and a whole lot of people squinting at the sun. You get lost more than once in the foreign layout. Streets fan out from the center, where the great temple of the Aten stretches like a spine of stone and light. No cult statues, no dark sanctuaries, just offerings under the open sky, right where the god can see them. You poke your head into the royal palace, barefoot, of course, because apparently sandals block divine rays, and notice how much lighter everything feels. Frescoes of birds, flowers, golden beams, soft cushions, gentle curves in the walls. It's like walking into an architectural exhale. But it's not all serene worship and sunshine naps. People are moving here. Lots of people. Nobles, artists, builders, cooks, priests of the new sun cult, administrators, even skeptical farmers who just want to know where the grain silos are. You overhear one guy mutter, "I left a perfectly good house in Memphis for this. before being shushed by his wife, who's already practicing her new Aten hymns. Fringe, tidbit, Akhenaten had boundary stelae carved into the cliffs surrounding the city, listing exact borders and religious declarations. Some of them are over 15 feet tall. Because what's the point of founding a divine city if you can't mark your territory like a dramatic cat? And amid all this hustle, Nefertiti. She isn't just along for the ride. She's everywhere. Inspecting buildings, blessing ceremonies, posing for reliefs with her 6 daughters in perfectly coordinated headwear. The people start whispering about her the way they whisper about goddesses. You catch a glimpse of her on a chariot, robes fluttering, sun catching the curve of her iconic crown. If Akhenaten is the sun's prophet, she's definitely its queen. But there's a tension in the air, hiding behind the fresh paint and sweet-scented offerings. Not everyone is thrilled to be here. Not everyone understands this new religion. Some are homesick for the old gods. Some just want their kitchens to stop getting sandblasted every time the desert wind picks up. And then there's the art. Oh, the art. It's all over the walls. Scenes of Akhenaten and Nefertiti holding their babies, offering flowers to Aten, lounging under the divine beams like they're in a celestial spa day. It's tender, human, strangely intimate. You see belly rolls, kids throwing tantrums, Nefertiti smirking at a flower, scenes that would have made earlier pharaohs clutch their scepters in horror. This isn't just a new city. It's a new way of being royal. Historians still argue whether this Amarna style was a genuine spiritual expression or carefully calculated propaganda to sell the public on the new regime. Was it realism or just another curated feed with perfect lighting and suspiciously photogenic children? You're just glad the artists are getting paid in something more than grain and weird looks. But as the walls go up and the city fills, one thing becomes clear. Akhenaten isn't planning to go back. This isn't a summer home. This is a clean break from the tangled gods of Thebes. A reset button for all of Egypt. And you're standing on the royal avenue of a brand new capital, face tilted toward the Aten, wondering if anyone packed sunscreen. It's hot. Again. Always. The kind of heat that makes your bones sweat. You're wandering through the white stone streets of Akhenaten. And honestly, you're beginning to think that Akhenaten might be taking this whole sun god thing a little too seriously. Because everything, and we mean everything, points to Aten. Temples don't have roofs because Aten needs to see you. Every major avenue is aligned with the sun's path. The palace windows? Facing east, obviously. Even breakfast seems scheduled according to light quality. If Aten doesn't shine on it, it basically doesn't count. You pass a scribe muttering curses while trying to ink papyri at noon, squinting so hard he's probably just writing the word sun over and over again. But hey, at least he's in good company, because now the entire court is obsessed with the Aten. Morning rituals begin at sunrise. You shuffle into the open-air courtyards, yawning, watching high-ranking officials lift their arms to the sky like they're reaching for invisible lattes. You try it. Nothing happens. But someone nods solemnly. So that's a win. Mainstream historical fact. Akhenaten's religious reform essentially canceled the traditional Egyptian pantheon. Over 2,000 gods, gone in a few years. No more jackal-headed Anubis. No more cow-masked Hathor. Just Aten, the radiant disk, giver of light and life. But unlike previous gods, Aten has no face, no animal head, no human body, no cozy myths about divine mischief. Just a circle with hands. You overhear one merchant complain, "I can't even carve an idol. It's just a circle with jazz hands." Poor guy used to make decent coin-sculpting miniature crocodile gods. Now he's got shelves full of unsellable reptile relics and a sunburned attitude. Fringe tidbit? Because Aten couldn't be represented in animal or human form, the usual religious iconography went right out the temple window. So instead of cozy statues, you get walls upon walls of radiant sun disks hovering over scenes of Akhenaten and his family, always with those weird, noodly fingers reaching down like celestial jazz choreography. You stroll through the central temple, the great temple of the Aten. No dark sanctum, no incense-filled mystery, no gold-plated statues, just open sky, blazing light, and stone offering tables that get so hot you could fry an egg on them. Which you do. It's not great, but spiritually enlightening. Every ritual, every hymn, every sacred poem is about that light. The Aten's rays aren't just beams of warmth, they're divine touch points, each one hand-delivering blessing, breath, and breakfast. Akhenaten leads these rituals personally, often barefoot, arms raised, chanting verses that sound somewhere between a love letter and a weather report. Nefertiti stands beside him, equally radiant, her head tilted toward the sun like a solar panel, charging up for political dominance. And the people? They're adapting. Kind of. You pass families murmuring sun prayers at dawn, street vendors selling Aten-themed amulets, just small gold discs on string, honestly kind of chic. And one noble who's clearly trying to impress by wearing a tunic dyed the exact yellow of midday sunlight. Subtle. But there's confusion, too. Farmers ask which god now protects the harvest. Sailors wonder who calms the Nile's moods. Mothers light candles under their breath for Isis, just in case Aten isn't covering maternal support this quarter. Historians still argue whether Atenism was ever meant to be for the people. The whole religion feels top-heavy, focused entirely on the royal family as the intermediaries between Aten and the world. You don't worship the sun directly. You watch them worship it for you. It's like divine trickle-down theology. And Akhenaten? He's all in. You find him in the palace garden, standing perfectly still as sunlight dapples through papyrus reeds. He murmurs softly, head tilted, eyes closed, hands open like he's waiting for Aten to DM him. He starts writing hymns, long ones, passionate ones. You read one out loud and accidentally recite the entire Aten love poem. It's a lot. Thou appearest beautiful in the horizon of heaven, O living Aten, the beginning of life. It goes on for quite a while. You almost forget it's about a celestial body until he starts gushing about how Aten touches every flower, bird, and blade of grass. You get it. The sun is nice. Even royal correspondence changes. You watch scribes shift their standard blessings from "May Amun guard you" to "May the Aten shine favorably upon your nostrils." No, really, they were very into nostril-based blessing logistics. But even as Atenism floods the city, the rest of Egypt doesn't quite catch on. Thebes grumbles. Memphis groans. Local temples begin to quietly panic. Their gods aren't just spiritual, they're local economic hubs. Priests are out of jobs, artisans are out of commissions, and the black market amulet trade is booming. Back in Akhenaten, though, you'd never know. The city lives in its own golden bubble. Children sing hymns at school. Public art shows the pharaoh and queen basking in eternal sunlight. The royal family strolls through courtyards like a divine sitcom cast, complete with babies giggling under the holy glow. You catch a glimpse of one royal daughter sticking her tongue out at a sunbeam. It's kind of perfect. And it's starting to work. People smile more. The city shines. Literally and metaphorically. For a moment, you feel it. The warmth, the peace, the illusion of a perfect world run by a perfect God who never hides, never scolds, never needs a statue. Just the sun. Just light. Just Aten. But somewhere in the distance, outside the sandstone walls, old gods watch silently, and the shadows they once ruled start to stretch. You wake to shouting. Not war cries, not fanfare, just very annoyed priests. You're still in Akhenaten, but news from the rest of Egypt travels faster than you'd expect for a civilization that writes with chisels. And today, the royal inbox is full of complaints. Lots of them. From very powerful men in tall hats. The priests of Amun are officially not amused, TM. You wander into the scribe hall, where clay tablets are piling up like angry fan mail. Each one is a masterpiece of passive-aggressive diplomacy. Your eternal majesty, one begins. May Aten shine always upon your sandals. Now, about those temples you closed. Another just says, seriously? Followed by several symbols that might mean blasphemy or might just be the ancient Egyptian version of a raised eyebrow. The temples of Amun are losing their grip. Their land is being reclaimed. Their gold appropriated. Their authority whittled away like a sun-dried fishbone. And you can hear them howling from Thebes to Memphis, mainstream historical fact. Under Akhenaten, traditional temples were shut down or repurposed, the funding rerouted to Atenist construction projects. It wasn't just about theology. It was a full-scale economic shift. A hostile, spiritual takeover, one sandstone block at a time. You peek into the Palace of Records and watch a team of scribes carefully removing Amun's name from official documents. One guy is carving a new royal decree, carefully replacing beloved of Amun with beloved of Aten, while muttering something that sounds suspiciously like, please don't smite me. They're everywhere now. Aten's names, not Amun's. On boundary markers, on statues, on granaries, scrolls, even kitchenware. One overzealous official even stamped the Aten cartouche on his sandals. Bold choice. But in the shadows of this radiant empire, the old priesthood simmers. Amun's network wasn't just a religion. It was a machine. It ran temples, granaries, taxes, even festivals with beer quotas. Shutting it down is like deleting a divine operating system. And Akhenaten, he doesn't care. Or he pretends not to. He strolls through Akhenaten like a man who's never had a budget meeting, draped in fine linens, arms outstretched to the sun. He's glowing, physically and politically. He hosts feasts in Aten's honor, sings hymns at dawn, and sometimes just stands on his palace balcony in dramatic silhouette, like he's auditioning for an ancient cologne commercial. But you can feel the tension creeping in. Messengers arrive from Thebes with carefully phrased outrage. Nobles mutter over their wine. Even the laborers start asking if it's okay to keep tiny figurines of Bes, the dwarf god of home protection, under their beds. You check? About 70% of people still do. One fringe tidbit? Archaeologists have found hidden shrines and smuggled statues from this era, suggesting regular folks never fully gave up their old gods. They just moved them under the mattress. Spiritual contraband. And still, the sun blazes on. Atenism tightens its hold. New laws favor Aten temples. New holidays appear. Day of first sunrise over Akhenaten, feast of golden rays, and possibly bring your disc to work day. Okay, that last one might have been informal. You walk past a school where children chant the new official creed. There is none like the Aten. There is no other god beside him. And for a second, the repetition sounds more like training than devotion. Historians still argue whether this was true belief or royal coercion. Was Akhenaten creating a genuine spiritual revolution, or just cutting out the competition and calling it holy? Either way, the result is the same. Amun is out, and the erasure gets aggressive. You stumble across a demolition site in Thebes. Massive Amun statues toppled, their names chiseled off with surgical precision. One poor artisan looks haunted as he removes a god's name from a public monument. He tells you he's afraid, not of Aten, but of Amun, of what happens when a god is insulted. The city echoes with anxiety. Some whisper that the Nile runs a little thinner this year, that the harvest wasn't as full, that maybe Aten isn't as tuned in to agriculture as the old gods were. Meanwhile, Akhenaten builds more. New temples, new stelae, new hymns sung in increasingly elaborate rituals. You attend one and find yourself swaying to the rhythm, a little hypnotized. It's oddly beautiful. Light everywhere. No incense, no darkness, just warmth and clarity and awkward sunburns. But outside the ritual glow, Egypt grows restless. Merchants complain about trade slowdowns. Soldiers grumble about unpaid wages. Local governors write confused letters like, "Do we still offer fish to Sobg?" Or Akhenaten doesn't reply. Instead, he issues a new decree. No more divine pluralism. Aten is it. Not just the greatest god, not just the sun among stars. The only God. You hear it spoken for the first time in the temple court. There is no other but Aten. He alone creates life. All others are not. Not retired, not demoted, not. And in that moment, something enormous happens. Something almost invisible, but thunderously loud in Egypt's soul. Amun isn't just removed. He's unmade. You glance around. No thunder, no lightning. The sun is still shining. But you shiver. Because in a land built on balance, on Mayat, the divine harmony, this is not a small thing. This is a tremor. You're in the shade of a limestone pillar, trying not to melt, when a royal messenger sprints by, tripping over his own sandals in excitement. He's yelling something about cartouches and history and the sun. Again. Turns out, Akhenaten isn't done rebranding. Nope, he's just getting started. Because now, not only is the king named Akhenaten, and not only has he erased the name of Amun from every flat surface in Egypt, now he wants the world to know that this is permanent. You watch as royal scribes gather in the palace courtyard, their styluses poised, awaiting dictation. The pharaoh appears, draped in the softest white linen, a slight smirk playing on his lips. And he speaks. He's issuing a proclamation, loud and clear. This is the name by which I, and only I, shall be remembered. Akhenaten, chosen of the Aten. No more of that Amenhotep business. Mainstream historical fact? A pharaoh's 5 royal names, yes, 5, were a big deal. They weren't just for pomp. They conveyed divine legitimacy, personal piety, and political stance. Akhenaten's names? All of them now reference Aten. It's a theological branding exercise, so thorough it'd make a corporate PR firm weep. And it's not just names. He's commissioning a new seal, redesigning royal imagery, and this is real, having old records scrubbed of his original name. He's rewriting his own past, like, that guy Amenhotep IV? Never heard of him. You wander through the sculptor's yard, where workers are painstakingly replacing stone cartouches. One rolls his eyes as he chips away the Amun in Amenhotep. Again? He mutters. The Atens got trust issues. And the statues. Oh, the statues. Every new image of Akhenaten now features exaggerated features. Almond eyes, elongated skull, rounded belly, narrow shoulders. He looks different every time. Sometimes like a man, sometimes like a woman, sometimes like both, or neither. Historians still argue whether this was realism, symbolism, or stylized theology. Was he sick? Was he making a statement? Was it fashion? The debate rages. Meanwhile, you squint at one bust that looks like Akhenaten fused with a bean sprout, and wonder if the sculptor was just vibing. But there's purpose here. Akhenaten isn't just rewriting gods. He's rewriting himself. In art, he appears larger than life, bathed in rays from Aten, always with Nefertiti by his side. No more solitary pharaoh smashing enemies with clubs. Now it's a royal couple, cradling infants, basking in divine light, looking like the world's most spiritually enlightened lifestyle blog. Fringe tidbit? Some inscriptions begin referring to Akhenaten not just as a king, but as the only one who truly knows Aten. That's right. You can't get to the god unless you go through him. It's monotheism with a customer service bottleneck. You stroll through a newly completed temple where every wall tells the same story. The sun disk at the top, its rays reaching down like loving fingers, cradling the faces of Akhenaten and his queen. They offer flowers. They receive blessings. Sometimes they're just vibing under the beams. It's like Aten is a spotlight, and Akhenaten's putting on a one-man Broadway show. Back in the city, people adjust. The sun's path becomes the day's schedule. Worship begins at sunrise, pauses at noon, and tapers off in the late afternoon. Nighttime? That's awkward. Aten doesn't do moonlight, so folks sort of pretend the darkness is just extended reflection time. You hear some artisans joking, "I guess if Aten's off duty after dusk, we don't have to finish this sculpture until morning." Their supervisor does not laugh. Meanwhile, the queen is becoming something more. Nefertiti's image appears just as often as Akhenaten's, sometimes in identical poses, sometimes leading rituals solo. You catch a glimpse of her, carved on a temple wall, smiting enemies, a role usually reserved for pharaohs. One scholar today would call her co-regent. Others whisper that she may have even ruled in her own right later on. But in Akhenaten, she is divine beauty incarnate, graceful, poised, and always under the rays of Aten. And the kids? Still everywhere. You see them clinging to their parents in temple reliefs, playing with flowers, sometimes tugging on sunbeams like they're warm ribbons. It's almost too idyllic, like someone had a Pinterest board for divine nuclear family under theocracy. You're walking past one mural when you notice something unusual. A daughter reaching for Aten, not through her father, not through the ritual, but directly. That's new. And that's the thing. This whole city is full of new. New rituals, new language, new clothes even. Long, flowing tunics to reflect the light, fewer heavy ornaments. Even the sandals are simplified. The old world of gold and shadowed temples is giving way to something blindingly pure. Or at least, that's the goal. But you can feel the cracks starting to form, too. Not everyone understands the changes. Farmers miss the Nile's rituals. Fishermen still mutter thanks to Sobek when they catch a big one. A baker you chat with admits he still whispers to Taweret, the hippo goddess of childbirth, every time his wife sneezes. It's not rebellion. It's habit, memory, survival. And still, Akhenaten pushes forward. He expands Akhenaten, commissions more temples, builds more walls covered in light. His hymns get longer, his proclamations more passionate. Aten is everything. He is Aten's voice. He is Aten's image. He is, let's be honest, really leaning into this. But for all the devotion and golden walls and sunlit rituals, one thing never quite fades. You walk past an old gate where someone, in a moment of daring or desperation, has carved a tiny name, Amun, deep into a shaded corner. It's not neat. It's not pretty. But it's there, like a whisper from the old world. A reminder that no matter how bright the sun burns overhead, the shadows still remember. You're standing in the shade of a colonnade, trying to interpret a mural where the pharaoh looks suspiciously like he's inventing interpretive dance. His arms are wide, one leg lifted, rays of Aten stretching toward his face like golden spaghetti. Welcome to the royal glow-up. Something's definitely changed. And it's not just the theology. It's everything. How people look, how they move, even how they're carved into walls. You stroll through Akhenaten's great palace, where once rigid poses have melted into fluid curves, strange proportions, and scenes that feel more like candid Instagram shots than divine propaganda. This is the Amarna style, It's not just a fashion. It's a full-body spiritual makeover. Mainstream historical fact. The Amarna art revolution under Akhenaten broke sharply from the idealized Stoic style of previous dynasties. No more heroic jawlines and symmetrical side profiles. Now, it's elongated necks, droopy bellies, and intimate family portraits where someone's always barefoot. You pause in front of a relief showing Akhenaten kissing one of his daughters. It's weirdly tender, genuine affection, not royal posturing. There's Nefertiti, too, lounging with another child, all under Aten's sunbeams, like a divine afternoon picnic. You almost expect a golden labradoodle to trot into the scene. But let's talk proportions. Akhenaten is rendered with a long face, swollen lips, narrow shoulders, a distended belly, and wide hips. Basically, he looks like he was sculpted by someone with a loose understanding of human anatomy and a deep respect for rubber bands. Historians still argue whether these features were literal, symbolic, or just avant-garde royal chic. Some think he had a genetic disorder. Others think it was religious messaging. His body embodying both masculine and feminine traits, reflecting the all-encompassing nature of Aten. Fringe tidbit? Some even suggest Akhenaten's form was meant to echo Aten's non-human nature. Since Aten had no image, maybe Akhenaten became the visual representation, a living symbol, stretched and stylized, existing beyond earthly norms. You pass another mural. The Pharaoh and Nefertiti seated together, their 6 daughters at their feet, sun rays touching each face like a roll call of light. It's not just art, it's doctrine. Aten loves this family. This family speaks for the light. If you're not in this family, well, best not to think too hard about that. Art in the Amarna period becomes a family affair. Literally. Gone are the lone, smiting scenes, where pharaohs club enemies beneath the gaze of stoic gods. Instead, Akhenaten and Nefertiti are shown as co-parenting, co-worshipping, even co-ruling. One piece shows Nefertiti about to crown Akhenaten. Another shows her in the act of worship, with the same divine sunbeams as her husband. You wander into a sculptor's workshop and find clay models of the royal couple mid-embrace, or passing food to a child, or reclining under parasols. It's like royal life, but warmer, softer, human. But don't be fooled. There's still a heavy dose of propaganda behind the love fest. These scenes are curated. These moments chosen. Every kiss, every sunbeam. It's all reinforcing the same message. This family is divine. Their love is sacred. Their baby cuddles are literally holy. You feel weirdly underdressed just looking at them. And then there's Nefertiti. She's not just sharing the spotlight. Sometimes she is the spotlight. You see her in more poses, usually reserved for the king, smiting enemies, driving chariots, leading worship. Her image is everywhere, serene, powerful, radiant. Her iconic blue crown, the one you've seen in museums and textbooks, starts appearing again and again. You lean into a carving of her alone before the Aten, arms lifted, sun rays kissing her cheeks, no Akhenaten in sight. Just her. It's not subtle. Some scholars today wonder, was she being elevated to pharaoh status? A co-ruler in truth, not just ceremony? One fringe theory even proposes she ruled Egypt briefly after Akhenaten's death, possibly under a different name. We'll get to that mess later. But for now, she is the other half of Aten's earthly mirror, the divine pair, reflecting celestial light back to the people. Honestly, she's handling it way better than Akhenaten, who looks increasingly exhausted in each new carving. You spot one relief where he's reclining dramatically, hand to forehead, like the weight of monotheism is giving him divine migraines. And speaking of exhaustion, have you seen the children? There are so many. 6 daughters, constantly present in the artwork. No royal sons in sight yet, just little girls darting across palace walls, grabbing at lotus flowers, clinging to their parents, or napping in sunbeams. It's chaotic, adorable, and occasionally heartbreaking. You notice that in later carvings, one daughter quietly disappears. No explanation, no fanfare, just gone. You feel a subtle chill despite the relentless sun. Not everything in Akhenaten is golden joy. There are cracks in the art, if you look closely. A mourning scene here, a missing figure there, a hastily scratched-out name where a child once was. Life, even in a divine city, still bleeds. And yet the glow continues. The workshops churn out more images. Reliefs are shipped across the city, mounted on public walls and temple courtyards. You see the same family again and again. Aten above, light below, smiles, soft limbs, divine domesticity. Historians debate whether this was the first attempt at royal personality cult or a genuine cultural experiment. But one thing is certain, it's unforgettable. You step back from a newly finished mural, the midday sun reflecting off the polished surface. Akhenaten gazes up, eternal, lit from above. Nefertiti smiles beside him, radiant, and the daughters play, caught forever in golden time. It's beautiful. It's strange. It's history, rewritten in sunlight. You're ankle-deep in dust, trying to keep your turban from slipping off your sweat-drenched forehead. When you hear it, the rhythmic clang of mallets on limestone echoing across the valley like some holy heartbeat. And there, just beyond the curve of the horizon, the first silhouette of Akhenaten rising, raw, bright, and ridiculous in scale. Akhenaten didn't just sketch a city, he summoned it. No half measures, no start small, expand later. He ordered an entire capital built from nothing, smack in the middle of the desert, because the sun hit that spot just right. Mainstream historical fact? Akhenaten, modern-day Amarna, was founded in year 5 of Akhenaten's reign and fully operational within just a few years. It was a miracle of logistics and a massive finger in the eye of Thebes. You hike up a stony ridge and look down at the city like it's an ancient circuit board, everything radiating from the central temple complex. There's a main road so wide, it's basically an ancient Egyptian drag strip, officially called the Royal Road. But you overhear people calling it the Pharaoh's Sun Lane. And buildings? Everywhere. Temples, mansions, storage complexes, even bakeries, all going up in real time. You pass a column of donkeys dragging sacks of grain, their handlers singing half-hearted hymns to Aten, in between, complaining about the sand in their teeth. You duck into the construction site of the great temple of the Aten, and it's unlike anything you've seen before. No dark inner sanctum, no hidden statue of a god, no need for torches or mystery, just enormous courtyards, long colonnades, open roofs, every stone aligned to soak in as much sun as possible. It's a temple that blushes at shadows. Fringe tidbit? Some parts of Akhenaten were built with talatat blocks, small, standard-sized limestone units that allowed for superfast assembly. Modern scholars think this early prefab construction helped Akhenaten build faster than any pharaoh before him. You, on the other hand, just think it means more stubbed toes per square meter. You stop by the king's house, a sprawling palace complex that smells faintly of lotus flowers and ambition. The floor mosaics are gorgeous, swirling birds, blooming flowers, reed-thin rivers. Above you, scenes of the royal family, basking in sun rays, repeat like a divine screensaver. Servants bustle through halls, carrying sun-dried fruit, powdered incense, and scrolls. You watch as one of them gets gently scolded for stepping into a pool of light before the daily blessing was offered. Whoops. The royal couple's residence, connected by a bridge over the royal road, is an architectural love letter to Aten. High windows flood the space with sunlight from dawn to dusk. Courtyards bloom with blue lilies. There's a private worship space. Yes, with no roof, where Akhenaten likes to stand silently at sunrise, absorbing the god-like spiritual Bluetooth. And yet, despite the grandeur, the city feels light. Literally. There's space, air. No looming stone gods to scowl at you from the dark corners. It's almost relaxing. You pass by residential districts where officials and their families have already moved in. The houses are tidy, with painted walls and little gardens. Some folks have clearly embraced the aesthetic. You spot sun-shaped garden sculptures, tiny open-air shrines, and at least one overly ambitious noble who painted his entire house yellow to please the Aten. It's a lot. But here's where it gets weird. There are no temples to other gods. None. Not a shrine to Thoth. Not a corner for Isis. Not even a closet for a dusty statue of Osiris. The people whisper about it, carefully, like there's a ghost in the walls they can't name. Some sneak tokens of their old gods into drawers. One woman you meet admits she hides a tiny figure of Bes, god of childbirth, inside her oven. It's not rebellion. It's insurance. Because even here, in the sunlight, old habits cling like desert dust. Historians still argue whether Akhenaten was ever meant to be permanent. Was it a utopian city? A political experiment? A vanity project? Maybe all three. But right now, it's real. It's loud. It's full of sweaty workers, anxious priests turned clerks, and an economy straining to figure out how to function when the divine mascot has no face. And through it all, Akhenaten walks with purpose. You watch him stroll down the royal road, his long robe trailing, a daughter in each hand, Nefertiti gliding beside him like royalty born from light. The people bow. The scribes scribble. A child throws a flower and gets praised like he just invented monotheism. One priest mutters behind you, "This city is the sun's stage, and we're all extras." Well, he's not wrong. But it's beautiful, too. From the palace rooftops, you watch the sunset splash gold across the cliffs. The stelae that mark the city's sacred boundaries glow like celestial bookmarks. Even the sand softens in the fading light. And then silence, because Aten is gone. No moon god rises to replace him. No stars get name-dropped in royal hymns. Nighttime in Akhenaten feels like standing outside a locked temple, pressing your face to the door. You wrap a linen shawl around your shoulders, suddenly cold despite the desert warmth. This city was built for light. But what happens when the light fades? For now, though, you sleep. The dawn will come again, and Akhenaten will be there, arms raised, bathed in gold, whispering thanks to the god who always rises, until the day he doesn't. The sun's just peeking over the cliffs when you spot her, Nefertiti, standing alone on a balcony, face tilted upward, eyes closed, perfectly still. She doesn't move until the first golden rays stretch across the city and wrap her in light. Then she breathes in, like the entire goddess sphere just entered her lungs. She's not just a queen anymore. She's the face of the new faith, the first lady of the one god, a walking PR campaign for Atenism. And frankly, she's crushing it. Mainstream historical fact: Nefertiti, wife of Akhenaten, was not just a royal consort. She appeared in unprecedented roles, performing priestly duties, engaging in worship, even smiting enemies in royal regalia. She was a powerful public figure, perhaps even co-regent in later years. You follow her through the palace as attendants scurry to keep up. She moves like she's made of light and decisions. Her linen gown whispers with every step. Her blue crown, the tall, flat-topped one you've definitely seen in every museum gift shop, marks her out instantly. It's regal, iconic, possibly aerodynamic. And it's not just about image. In the great temple of the Aten, you watch her stand side by side with Akhenaten, leading prayers with equal authority. When she lifts her arms to the sun, everyone follows. When she places offerings on the altar, the rays of Aten seem to linger. She's not just participating, she's commanding. One fringe tidbit: some scholars speculate that Nefertiti may have held the title of High Priestess of Aten, or something functionally close to it. She wasn't just present in rituals. She was often the one running the show. You wander into a courtyard decorated with carved reliefs of Nefertiti in all her glory, feeding her daughters, riding in chariots, slaying foreign enemies, and in one dramatic panel, single-handedly holding up a symbolic fan to cool the face of Aten. That last one might be metaphorical, or fan fiction. Hard to tell. And speaking of family, her daughters are everywhere. 6 girls, ranging from toddlers to teens, skipping through temple murals like a pastel chorus line. Their names are long and poetic, often invoking the Aten, Meritaten, Meketaten, Ankhesenpaten. You try to say it 5 times fast, and so on. The family scenes are strangely intimate. Nefertiti cradling a sleepy child, Akhenaten kissing a daughter's forehead. It's like divine domesticity meets state propaganda. And you're watching it unfold in limestone high definition. But make no mistake, this is calculated. Each image reinforces a message. The royal family is sacred, chosen, physically connected to the Aten through sunbeams that literally touch their faces. Everyone else? Just basking in reflected glory. It's not subtle. It's not meant to be. You pass a public wall where Nefertiti is depicted offering incense to Aten alone. No Akhenaten in sight. That's big. It's the kind of move that says, I could totally run this show myself. And maybe she could. Historians still argue whether she was officially elevated to co-regent status during Akhenaten's reign. Some even believe she ruled as pharaoh after his death, possibly under the name Pharaohs. The lines are blurry, but the power, that's clear. In Akhenaten, her face is everywhere. Sharp cheekbones, serene expression, that perfect jawline that seems to defy both gravity and stress. You see her on temple walls, ceremonial objects, even the backs of amulets. People leave flowers at her likeness. Children copy her crown in their clay scribbles. You duck into a perfume chamber where palace servants are preparing her signature scent, a blend of lotus, frankincense, and desert breeze. Okay, mostly lotus. She wears it like armor, and she needs it, because even in the city of the sun, court politics never really sleep. You hear whispers from the side halls. Some courtiers resent her prominence. Too much sun for one queen, they grumble. Where are the other wives? The other sons? But Nefertiti doesn't flinch. If anything, she leans harder into the spotlight. She appears beside Akhenaten at every major ceremony, sometimes outshining him. Her posture straighter, her voice clearer, her smile more practiced. While he preaches the glory of Aten in flowery verses, she makes sure the temple gates open on time. And the people notice. In the outer districts of Akhenaten, women paint her likeness onto house walls. A baker tells you she started saying a morning blessing to Nefertiti before her sun prayer. She's close, she says. Closer than the sun. Fringe theory alert. Some scholars even suggest Nefertiti was being positioned as a divine figure herself, not just Aten's consort on earth, but a spiritual bridge for worshippers. A semi-divine queen of light. You don't know about that, but you do know that when she walks past, the air shifts. People hush. Heads lower. And even Aten, it seems, shines a little brighter. But then, there's the subtle shift. You begin to notice fewer appearances. A missing figure in a ritual mural. A hymn sung solo by the king, with no second voice echoing. At first, it's barely noticeable. But over the months, her presence in public life fades, like sunlight slipping behind a distant hill. You ask around. No one knows, or no one will say. Did she fall ill? Did she retreat from court life? Did something happen behind the alabaster doors of the royal palace? Historians still argue. She may have died. She may have been sidelined. She may have been preparing for something more. For now, her final recorded appearance is still radiant, standing tall, eyes to the sun, fingers outstretched like she's about to catch the very rays of Aten and hold them, just for a moment, in her hands. And then she's gone, but her image remains, etched in stone, burned in memory, immortal beneath the golden sky she once ruled. You're back in the palace again, wiping your sandals on a woven mat shaped like a sun disk. Of course it is. When you hear laughter. Not courtly chuckles. Not polite, the pharaoh made a joke chuckles. This is real, unfiltered giggling. You follow the sound down a corridor painted with birds and blossoms, and there they are, the royal family. Akhenaten sits on a cushioned bench, lanky legs folded beneath him, like a flamingo in deep meditation. Nefertiti leans in beside him, her arm draped over the shoulder of a small girl, who's trying to braid a doll's hair with alarming intensity. Two other daughters are sprawled across the floor, with lotus petals stuck to their foreheads. The youngest is toddling barefoot in a circle, giggling every time she bumps into a sunbeam. It's a family portrait, but alive. Not stiff. Not posed. Not the usual, "We are gods, please look at our glory" energy. It's sweet, kind of chaotic, kind of loud, kind of real. You can't help but smile. This right here is the image etched across every wall in Akhenaten. Divine domesticity. Pharaoh not as aloof god-king, but as husband, father, human. The royal daughters with names like poetry, Meritaten, Meketaten, Ankasenpaten, Neferneferuaten, Tasharit, Neferneferura, Setapenra, flit through scenes of love and play and sunshine. Mainstream historical fact. The Amarna period uniquely emphasized family life in royal art. Pharaohs had always shown themselves as warriors or godlike rulers. But Akhenaten's walls, they showed kisses, tickles, toddlers, hiccups, probably. It's the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a royal family reality show, sun-drenched, PG-rated, and meticulously choreographed. And yet, it feels real. You peer into a temple relief where Akhenaten hands a flower to Nefertiti, who's laughing. One daughter is perched on his lap, looking suspiciously sticky. Another clutches a bird. A third appears to be trying to eat said bird. It's a snapshot of life, freeze-framed in limestone. The royal daughters are everywhere in Amarna art, almost to the point of oversaturation. No royal sons ever appear with the same frequency. Just these girls, playing, posing, praying. Fringe theory alert. Some Egyptologists speculate that this may have been a conscious theological choice. The daughters may have represented aspects of the sun, or the ideal fruitfulness of the divine family. Others think Akhenaten just really loved being a dad, or that sons existed but were purposely kept from public view. You watch them at play in the garden, chasing butterflies, chasing each other, and occasionally chasing a very annoyed cat. The court photographers, artisans, capture these scenes again and again, always under Aten's rays, always glowing. But here's the twist. These weren't just cozy family moments. They were doctrine. Every kiss, every cradle, every little hand reaching up toward the sun. All of it reinforced a political message. Aten blesses this family above all others. The divine light flows through them. They are the chosen lens. Everyone else? Just trying to see the sun through the glare. It's propaganda, sure, but it's effective. The people of Akhenaten adore the royal family. Children hum hymns about the princesses. Nobles commission paintings of the family in miniature to hang in their homes. One merchant even sells amulets shaped like the royal daughters, tiny figurines with oversized heads and sunbeam halos. Weirdly cute. You sit in a cafe, that is, a stone bench next to a man with fig cakes, and watch people debate which daughter is their favorite. Meketaten's the clever one, someone says, but Meritaten has the best robes. It's surreal. And then it changes. you notice something. One daughter, Akhenaten, starts appearing less and less. In one mural, she's present but distant. In another, she's replaced by an empty space. Eventually, she vanishes from the imagery entirely. No explanation, no inscription, just gone. Historians still debate what happened. Did she die young? Was she sent away? Did she become someone else under a new name? One fringe theory even suggests she married her father. A deeply controversial idea based on limited and badly damaged inscriptions. The truth remains hidden behind eroded stone and scratched-out glyphs. But her absence lingers. You see it in the way the other daughters cling tighter to Nefertiti in later scenes, in the way Akhenaten's smile seems a bit more forced. In a mural where a lone princess plays beside an empty sunbeam. There's grief here, not shouted, but whispered into wall. You pass through the royal tombs outside the city, the unfinished, echoing chambers carved into the cliffs. One scene shows mourning figures weeping beneath the rays of Aten. Some scholars believe it shows the death of Akhenaten, surrounded by her family, swallowed by light. It's a rare depiction of pain, a break in the endless sunshine. And yet, life moves on. The remaining daughters continue to appear, growing taller, their roles more formal. Akhenaten begins to stand closer to her father in ceremonies. Akhenaten, the future queen of Tutankhamun, but shh, spoilers, starts learning statecraft from her mother. They are no longer just symbols. They are participants, living sunbeams in a very real political machine. And Akhenaten, he doubles down. More hymns, more imagery, more declarations that the family is the only source of truth, light, and divine connection. It's Aten plus Akhenaten plus Nefertiti plus daughters, or nothing. You walk back through the palace as evening falls. The family has retreated indoors, the golden murals fading in the low light. And you feel it again, that ache just beneath the sunlight, because even in a city of light, shadows find a way in. You're strolling through the bazaar in Akhenaten, nibbling on a slightly overbaked fig cake, when you hear it clang. Then another, and another. Not rhythm, not construction, not music. No, that's the sound of gods being broken. You round the corner, just in time to see a group of laborers lowering a statue of Amun delicately. No, wait, scratch that, violently to the ground. One guy's got a hammer, another's got a chisel. There's no ceremony here, just brute force and very pointed symbolism. The old gods are being erased. Mainstream historical fact. Under Akhenaten's orders, temples to traditional gods, especially Amun, were shut down, defaced, and in many cases, dismantled entirely. Their names were scratched out, their images obliterated. It was, arguably, the world's first state-sponsored iconoclasm. You duck into a temple in mid-destruction. The air is thick with dust and incense residue. Sunlight pours through where a roof used to be. On the far wall, a half-erased mural shows a priest of Amun, once revered, now nothing more than a scratched silhouette. A scribe stands nearby, scraping hieroglyphs off a column. You lean over his shoulder and read the original inscription, Amunra, Lord of thrones of the two lands. But the Amun part? Gone, replaced by Aten in bright, newly carved glyphs that look almost smug. He notices your interest and whispers, "We do this everywhere now, by decree." You ask what happens if someone refuses. He just shrugs and keeps scraping. You walk out into the square and watch another team knocking the head off a falcon statue, probably Horus. It rolls away in the sand like it's trying to escape. And here's the wild part. They're not replacing these gods with new statues of Aten. There are no statues of Aten, just empty space and sunshine. Aten can't be carved. He can't be depicted as an animal or a man. He's not a figure. He's a presence, a radiance, a disk. So where the other gods once stood in stone, there's now nothing. Fringe? Tidbit? There's evidence of coordinated temple conversions, priesthoods being dissolved, offerings redirected, cult statues buried or destroyed. But in private homes, people quietly hid tokens of their favorite deities. A tiny Thoth here, a chipped Anubis there, a moon tucked behind kitchen jars like a sacred smuggled uncle. You peek into a noble's house and catch a glimpse of just such a hidden altar. Candles flicker in the corner. A figurine of Isis lies half covered in cloth. You nod and pretend not to see it. Back at the palace, Akhenaten is radiant. He holds daily ceremonies in the open-air courts, arms raised to the Aten, chanting hymns that swirl like incense, even without actual incense. One particularly poetic one starts, "O sole God, beside whom there is none. You rise, and everything lives. You set, and all things sleep." He's in his element, surrounded by flowers, sunlight, and loyal courtiers, now fluent in Atenese. But there's tension under the surface. You pass scribes, muttering about missing tax scrolls from Karnak. Soldiers complain about shrinking food rations. Diplomats grumble about not being able to properly swear oaths. After all, most oaths were to gods like Thoth or Ma'at, and Aten isn't much for paperwork. And then there's the labor force. With so many temples closed and their priests unemployed, thousands of people are out of work. The redistribution of their roles isn't smooth. You see former clergy trying to become bureaucrats. Some succeed. Others are clearly confused. "Where do I put this offering tray?" one asks. "In the archive," replies his new boss. "Use it for ink pots." You almost feel bad. But Akhenaten presses on. You attend a royal festival, one meant to celebrate the triumph of the Aten over darkness. It's lavish. Flowers cover the streets. Musicians play airy, repetitive tunes that sound like sunlight on papyrus. The pharaoh arrives on a chariot, golden discs embroidered into his robe. Nefertiti waves like she's a queen in a perfume ad. But look closely. Behind the cheer, people shift uncomfortably. Some bow too slowly. Some cheer too quietly. You see one old woman cross her arms in prayer, not toward the Aten, but toward her chest. A sign of devotion to a goddess no longer allowed. You remember that even the dead are being edited. Tomb inscriptions are changed. Funerary texts rewritten. Prayers to Osiris, god of the afterlife, removed or replaced. In Akhenaten, people are buried with sun hymns, not books of the dead. Historians still argue whether Akhenaten actually believed he was saving Egypt's soul, or if this was just a massive consolidation of power disguised as spiritual clarity. Maybe both. Maybe neither. But one thing is certain. This isn't just a religious reform. It's a cultural earthquake. You pass a group of teenagers playing a board game beside a broken statue of Sekhmet. They've repurposed her lion-headed body as a table base. One girl rolls the dice and snickers. She looks grumpy, probably misses sacrifices. You keep walking, unsure whether to laugh or wince. Because this is the new normal. The gods are gone. The sun is everything. And in the distance, Akhenaten raises his arms again, voice echoing through the empty temples. O Aten, there is no other but you. You wonder if he believes it more than anyone else ever will. You're in the administration district of Akhenaten now, which is just a fancy way of saying it smells like ink and sweat and old bread. This is where the empire's gears churn, slowly, noisily, and with a lot more eye-rolling than the Aten probably intended. Stone walls are lined with rows of dusty cubicles. Okay, they're actually reed mats and low benches, but the energy? Pure ancient bureaucracy. Scribes hunched over papyrus scrolls, clay tablets stacked like divine pizza boxes. One guy crying because he just spilled black ink on a tax ledger. Welcome to the bureaucratic nightmare of a brand new capital. Mainstream historical fact: Akhenaten wasn't just temples and palaces. It was a full administrative hub. The government relocated here en masse. Officials, scribes, treasurers, grain counters, letter carriers, all moved from traditional cities like Thebes and Memphis into a sun-baked desert city, still figuring out where to store its papyrus. You peek into a records office, and it's chaos. The air is thick with chalk dust and passive-aggressive silence. Two scribes are arguing over where the Department of Grain tallies should go in the building. One insists west-facing for good light. The other says east-facing to align with the sunrise. They settle on, just don't face the palace, or he'll come bless us again, and we'll lose the whole morning. You laugh, but not too loud, because he might be listening. Not Aten, Akhenaten, who is reportedly very hands-on. Too hands-on. You overhear a story about the king personally inspecting scribes' handwriting, then making them rewrite entire documents in more sun-like lettering, whatever that means. One poor assistant tried to develop a shorthand system for Atenist poetry. He was exiled or reassigned. Honestly, it's unclear. And the royal correspondence? Oh, you've never seen anything like it. Dozens of runners dash through the corridors, sweating, shouting about misspelled toponyms and incorrect salutations. A letter to Mitanni was apparently delivered without the correct number of Aten blessings. It caused a minor diplomatic incident. Fringe tidbit? The administration in Akhenaten used clay tablets for foreign correspondence, written in Akkadian, the diplomatic lingua franca of the time. These became known as the Amarna letters, and were later discovered by archaeologists in a cache behind what was basically the royal mailroom. You pass by that mailroom now. It's still functioning. Barely. The chief courier is screaming at a junior scribe for writing King of Babylon in the wrong order of honorifics. Another is trying to decipher a message from a Canaanite mayor that includes the phrase, "I fall at your feet 7 times, 7 times." You ask why they say it twice. The scribe sighs. Flattery, or sarcasm, or both. Meanwhile, domestic documents pile up like temple offerings, marriage records, birth announcements, crop inventories. A shocking number of complaints about sunburn during prayer. The palace has issued new guidelines. No sandals in temples, so the Aten can bless your feet. Mourning ceremonies are now mandatory for mid-level officials. Any reference to Amun, Osiris, or those who shall not be named must be struck from all documents, even old ones. Cue massive rewriting projects. You spot a row of scribes in the courtyard frantically editing a shipment of grain contracts. One groans, "I've written 'beloved of Aten' so many times, I see it in my sleep." The bureaucracy is bloated, overworked, and frequently sun-dazed. You join a local administrator on his inspection route. He's wearing a linen hat that says, "Blessed be the light." But you're pretty sure it's just to keep the heat stroke at bay. He shows you the new temple rations ledger, now organized by raise received instead of traditional measures. It makes no sense. Even he admits it. But His Majesty said it looked more divine. So here we are. You try to help for an hour. You mislabel one scroll and accidentally bless the goat delivery instead of the grain tally. You're kindly escorted out. You pass an artist sketching out a tens raise for yet another document header. "Same sun, different beam count," he mutters. "This one's the official bright form." You nod like you understand. Historians still debate whether this system was sustainable or just a sun-themed fever dream. Some scholars argue that Akhenaten's intense centralization actually weakened the state, bogging it down in poetry and sunlight while ignoring practical governance. And while Akhenaten looked glorious in limestone renderings, out in the provinces, things weren't so smooth. You read a letter from a mayor in Byblos begging for reinforcements. He's under siege, his soldiers are starving, and he hasn't gotten a reply in months. The scribe reading it shrugs. "We sent one," he says, "a poem about the sunrise. It should help morale." It won't. But within the city, the illusion holds. People still show up to worship. Temples still hum with sun hymns. The royal family still smiles in golden murals. And the bureaucracy, for all its sweat and confusion, still works, just enough to keep things moving. Like a very dusty, very sunburned machine. You exit the record hall just in time to see another courier sprinting toward the palace, tablet in hand, sandals flapping, praying he remembered the right number of Aten blessings. Probably didn't. But hey, at least the ink dried in the sun. You wake up to the blinding light of the Egyptian sun sneaking through a roofless window. And you realize, once again, that there are no shadows in Akhenaten, not just physically, but spiritually. Nothing here is allowed to hide. Everything is exposed under the eye of the Aten. And that's by design. You roll out of bed, stretch, and step into the nearest public square, where people are already gathering for the morning prayer. Worship here isn't confined to temples or special days. It's woven into the structure of the day itself, like meals or sunburn. Mainstream historical fact: Atenism required strictly scheduled worship, centered around the visible presence of the sun. No nighttime ceremonies, no secret rites and candlelit chapels. If the Aten wasn't visible, the god simply wasn't available. Which means, brace yourself, no after-hours religion. The god clocks out when the sun goes down. You join a crowd of citizens facing east. Their hands are raised, their feet are bare. The priest stands on a stone platform, chanting one of Akhenaten's official hymns, his voice rising like steam in the morning heat. You rise in perfection on the horizon of the sky, O living Aten, who began life. Everyone sways. You try not to faint. The guy next to you mumbles the words, then sneezes loudly, which technically isn't a heresy, but still draws a glare from the officiant. The rituals are specific. Offerings must be made at dawn, noon, and afternoon, never at night. All prayers are spoken aloud and accompanied by physical gestures that resemble a slow-motion sun salutation. You nearly pull a calf muscle trying to mimic the third bow. Fringe tidbit? There were no priests of Aten in the traditional sense. Not really. No secret initiation rites. No elaborate headgear. Most priests were government appointees or royal family members. Aten was worshipped openly, collectively, and always under the open sky. You wander into the house of the sun's perfume. Yes, that's really what they call it, where worship incense is prepared. Except Atenism doesn't rely on the thick clouds of perfume used by other temples. It favors clean air, clarity, and light, which is great until you realize clean air in a baking stone courtyard means very hot, very dusty air with a side of pigeon. You step into a small Aten shrine, an open-air altar surrounded by stone slabs instead of walls. Offerings cover the tables, loaves of bread, bundles of herbs, jugs of wine, all beautifully presented under the sun's full gaze. You offer a fig, mostly because it's melting in your pocket. A scribe nearby gently corrects you. Place it facing east. Aten doesn't want figs with their backs turned. You make the adjustment. The fig is now spiritually aligned. The priest leads another hymn, longer this time. You count at least 14 lines of praise before someone drops their jug of beer and interrupts the divine flow. No one's mad, just overheated. You learn quickly that Atenism is a performance, not in the cynical sense, but in the literal sense, a series of public acts under constant observation. Everyone plays their role. Worship is theater, and the sun is the spotlight, and there's no backstage. But this system creates some quirks. For instance, Aten can't hear you in the dark, which means no late night praying for your sick goat, no lighting candles for the soul of Grandma, no asking for forgiveness at dusk. Once the sun's gone, so is the god. You visit a farmer's home at twilight. His son is ill. He stands outside, peering westward, wringing his hands. Maybe if I sing very loudly, the Aten will still hear, he whispers. You listen as he hums a shaky verse of an old sun hymn, his voice fading with the light. It's heartbreaking, and it raises questions. Historians still debate how practical Atenism really was for the average person. No intercessory deities, no comforting myths, no animal symbols, no personalized magic. Just the sun, and only when it's up. You wander into a public square where a crowd gathers for the midday prayer. It's blazing hot. The priest is sweating so hard, his linen is clinging to him like a judgment. But he lifts his arms anyway. You fill the earth with your beauty, though you are far away. People join in, some fervently, others more out of habit. A child fidgets in her mother's arms. A merchant sneaks a glance at his scales. A teenager clearly mimes the words. Worship fatigue? Probably. You sit under a column and reflect. Atenism feels pure, philosophically elegant. One God, one source, one light. But it's also lonely. It doesn't embrace the messy, multifaceted life of everyday people. No gods for childbirth. No deities for revenge, or dreams, or drunken festivals. Just Aten, a sun disk, silent, untouchable, omnipresent only on a strict daylight schedule. You peek into the royal temple at dusk. Akhenaten himself is there, arms lifted, eyes closed. The sun is just brushing the edge of the horizon, its rays casting long, golden fingers across the courtyard. The pharaoh is chanting softly, alone now. The crowds have dispersed. The priests are gone. No daughters skip through the courtyard. No scribes fuss over phrasing. Just Akhenaten and the dying light. You wonder what he prays for when no one is listening. As the last rays fade, he lowers his arms. The sun is gone. The sky turns pink, then indigo. There is no evening prayer, no flame-lit worship, just silence. You head home in the dark, and for the first time in Akhenaten, you feel the weight of a night with no god in it. You're in the outer courtyard of the palace, watching a delegation of very confused men in extremely overdressed hats sweat through their embroidered robes. They've come bearing gifts, frankincense, lapis, gold goblets, and very concerned expressions. These are foreign ambassadors, and you can already tell they have no idea what's going on here. One of them whispers to another, "Do we still bow to the falcon god? Or is it the sun face now?" You cough and gesture discreetly toward the sky. The correct answer is the sun face, but they're not exactly getting the memo. Mainstream historical fact. Egypt, under Akhenaten, still maintained foreign relations through letters and exchanges, but the usual rhythms of diplomacy, oaths to traditional gods, shared rituals, divine blessings, got very awkward under Atenism. See, in the old days, an ambassador from Babylon or Mitanni might bring greetings to the pharaoh in the name of Amun, or Osiris, or any number of gods in Egypt's vast cosmic Rolodex. Now, those names are banned, deleted. It's Aten or nothing. So here you are, standing beside a table full of diplomatic gifts, while the scribes try to translate a greeting that includes a reference to Baal, a definite no-no under Akhenaten's monotheistic regime. The lead diplomat finally clears his throat and goes for it. "Great Pharaoh, may, the heat of your land bless our alliance." Smooth. Akhenaten smiles politely, but doesn't answer. You know the look. It's the same expression he wore last week when a baker offered him a goat-shaped loaf. Nice try, but we don't do that anymore. Fringe, tidbit. The Amarna letters, a cache of clay tablets discovered in the 19th century, contain dozens of such exchanges between Egypt and foreign powers. Many include urgent requests for military aid, marriage alliances, or clarification of protocol. Some are painfully desperate. Others are just awkwardly polite. You peek over the shoulder of a scribe as he reads one. "Why have you not sent the gold you promised? I have sent 6 messengers, and not one has returned. Are you angry? Do you still recognize my kingship? Also, the wine was good. Send more." It's diplomacy by clay tablet and wishful thinking. The foreign envoys are ushered into the reception hall, where everything is clean, minimal, and blindingly bright. No statues, no incense, no carved gods. Just walls, painted with sun discs, and the royal family in every imaginable sunbeam-based activity. They sit, shift awkwardly, and wait. Eventually, Akhenaten arrives, draped in white linen, glowing like a bleached giraffe. He moves with that odd mix of serene grace and "I am very much the sun's best friend" energy. He doesn't speak immediately. He just smiles, lifts his arms slightly toward the ceiling. No, sky, and murmurs a verse of Aten praise. The ambassadors clap hesitantly. One claps twice, stops, then starts again. When he realizes the others didn't stop. Disaster diplomacy. When negotiations finally begin, the scribes step in. They handle most of it. Trade routes, border disputes, a request for copper, standard fare. But it all feels slower now. Because here's the problem. Without the traditional religious frameworks, diplomacy takes longer. Every word has to be reviewed. Every phrase translated not just between languages, but between belief systems. Historians still argue whether Akhenaten was disinterested in foreign policy, or just overwhelmed by how much of it was tangled in the polytheism he had publicly burned to the ground. Either way, you can feel the distance growing. You hear one envoy mutter, "I used to speak with Pharaoh's vizier directly. Now I wait 3 weeks for a response that starts with a poem. And not even a good poem. Just something like, 'The light of Aten shines far, yet messengers must wait in that light.'" You get it. It's hot. Everyone's sweaty. Let's talk grain prices. Outside the hall, the diplomatic staff is melting under the weight of Atenism. Gifts that would once have delighted the court, statues of gods, rare incense blends, amulets, are now politely rejected or quietly discarded. One servant tells you, "We had to bury a shipment of cedar idols last week. From Tyre. Beautiful craftsmanship. Not allowed." You wander through the archives and find a tablet from a Canaanite king practically begging for help against local rebels. "If Pharaoh does not send archers, my city will fall. I am your loyal dog. I guard your frontier. Please." There's no reply. Not yet, anyway. The rumor in the scribes' quarters is that Akhenaten isn't just slow, he's selective. His focus is internal, spiritual. He's building a kingdom of light, not chasing distant wars. Foreign problems? Let the sun shine on them. Or not. You return to the reception hall just in time to see the diplomats leave, somewhat sunburned, very confused, but loaded with fruit baskets and scrolls of hymns they definitely can't pronounce. You hear one mutter, "Next time, we're sending the B team." But before they go, they bow deeply to the pharaoh, more out of tradition than belief. And Akhenaten nods graciously. "May the Aten shine on your land," he says, "and may your shadows be short." Whatever that means, you're on the northern watchtower, squinting into the sun, again, when you spot the dust cloud. It's not a mirage, it's movement, and not the happy kind, with chariots full of gold or acrobats. This is the nervous envoy kind of movement. The Hittites are stirring. You probably weren't paying close attention during your last Geopolitics of the Late Bronze Age class, but here's a refresher. The Hittites were a rising power up in Anatolia, modern-day Turkey. Sharp swords, sharper politics, and a real talent for sensing weakness. And Egypt? It's glowing on the outside, but squint a little and you'll see the cracks. Slow diplomacy, distracted leadership, sunburned scribes, forgetting how to spell urgent. The new Aten-only regime is complicated for foreign policy. Mainstream historical fact. During Akhenaten's reign, the Hittites expanded aggressively. Egyptian vassals in Canaan and Syria, normally a buffer against Hittite advances, started sending increasingly panicked messages asking for military support that didn't come. You sneak into the record hall and find a stack of those letters. To the great king, my son, and my life. The enemy is near. My walls are weak. My sons are afraid. Send archers, or send shrouds. Cheerful. You pass a scribe who shrugs and says, "We forwarded it to the palace." That was 6 weeks ago. No reply yet. He doesn't look surprised. You trail an envoy from Byblos, pacing in the courtyard like a man watching his house burn in slow motion. "I sent gifts," he mutters. "I sent horses. I sent my own daughter. Why won't he answer?" Why indeed? Akhenaten, in his radiant palaces and perfect courtyards, seems above the political mess. He rarely attends foreign briefings. His focus? Hymns, art, sunlight, inner light. All the things that don't hold fortresses together. Fringe. Tidbit. Some scholars believe Akhenaten intentionally neglected international affairs to focus entirely on his religious vision. Others think he simply didn't get it, that his idealistic worldview made him blind to realpolitik. Or, sand blind. That sun is intense. You hear talk in the military quarter, low murmurs about dwindling garrisons and how the outer fortresses are short on grain and morale. One captain rolls his eyes and mutters, "The Aten's light can't stop spears." The Hittites know this. They're watching Egypt's slow diplomatic fade with interest. Border cities begin to switch allegiance. Vassal kings hedge their bets, sending gifts to Egypt and to the Hittite king, just in case. You see it in the letters. "I am your loyal servant, O king. May Aten bless your household. Also, may the storm god of the Hittites not be too angry with me. Yours always, until someone else shows up with soldiers." One particularly bold governor simply stops writing altogether. When asked why, he says, "If I need to grovel, I'll do it to someone who answers." And back in Akhenaten, there's a party. You pass by a festival in full swing. Musicians playing flutes, dancers spinning under Aten's beams, the royal family smiling like everything is exactly as it should be. You think maybe someone tried to tell Akhenaten about the situation in Syria earlier, but he was in the middle of a sun hymn and waved them off with a gentle, "Let Aten decide." You follow that official later. He's sitting under a tree, drinking fermented date wine, staring at a map with worry lines so deep you could store scrolls in them. "Do you think Aten knows where Kadesh is?" he asks. You don't answer. Historians still debate whether Akhenaten's foreign disengagement was an accident of passion or a deliberate pivot inward. Some think he was tired of war. Some think he believed divine truth made alliances unnecessary. Others think he just didn't care. But the empire, it does care. Because as foreign cities fall or shift allegiance, Egypt's reach shrinks. Trade slows. Tribute dries up. The diplomatic machine that once oiled the gears of the empire is now coughing up sand. You overhear two scribes arguing about whether to send a reply to a desperate plea from Tyre. One says, "It's been 3 months." The other says, "Well, the sun hasn't risen twice in one day, so we wait." That logic is uniquely Akhenaten. You walk through the temple as another letter arrives. This one's from a prince of Gezer. "If you do not send troops, I will die. And then who will light incense for you?" It's poetry. It's politics. It's desperation. The priest skims it, nods, and places it into a basket labeled pending. You don't ask how long things stay in there. You step out onto the royal road. As the sun begins to dip, another courier gallops into the city gates, covered in dust, scroll in hand, screaming something about an army spotted near Tunip. No one runs to meet him. No soldiers mobilize. Instead, the sun touches the horizon, the shadows grow, and the people of Akhenaten turn their faces upward to the fading light. They chant. They pray. And far to the north, the Hittites tighten their grip. You're in the palace courtyard, fanning yourself with a papyrus sheet that's 80% poetry and 20% taxes, when the first messenger stumbles in. He's pale, panting, and clutching a sealed tablet with shaking hands. The guards rush forward, not with spears, but with cloths and water. Because this isn't a diplomatic emergency. It's worse. It's sickness. Mainstream historical fact. Around Akhenaten's later reign, there's strong evidence of a regional plague or epidemic sweeping through Egypt and surrounding lands. Scholars still debate what it was: malaria, a viral hemorrhagic fever, or something worse. But the letters tell the story clearly. People were dying. Fast. You follow the messenger to the scribe's office, where a dozen clay tablets now sit in a box labeled urgent. You skim the inscriptions. "Great King, life to you. A pestilence has struck. My wife has died. My sons lie still. My captains grow pale. Send help. Send physicians. Send prayers." And another. "Even in the cities of your allies, the sickness spreads. Horses collapse. Children cry blood. Our gods are silent." That last part, that's where it stings. Because Egypt's gods have already been quietly retired. And the only one left, the Aten, does not speak. He shines. He warms. He inspires. But he offers no comfort, no healing rituals, no intercessions. You wander the palace as news trickles in. Priests of Aten offer extra sun prayers. Scribes copy verses from Akhenaten's longer hymns, words about life, breath, and eternity. But they ring a little hollow when half the clerks are coughing behind curtains. One fringe tidbit? There's a rare, panicked letter from the king of Hatti, the very same Hittite empire Egypt's been ignoring. He writes to Akhenaten, not with threats, but with sympathy. This illness has reached us too. What medicine do you use? What god do you call upon? Perhaps our wise men can speak. And Akhenaten? You'd expect a flurry of action. Troops mobilized, physicians summoned, sacred chants recited. Instead, the official response is a new hymn. Aten gives breath to all living things. He sees them in their time of joy and sorrow. Even in illness, his light does not fade. Which is beautiful, absolutely. But it doesn't really help when your neighbor's coughing up blood and your baker hasn't opened shop in 3 days. You visit a residential quarter near the palace and find it eerily quiet. Doors closed, windows shuttered. A woman peeks out to place a bowl of herbs at her doorstep. An old tradition from the time of the gods who no longer exist here. You ask what she's doing. She whispers, for Taweret, for protection. And then quickly crosses herself in the style of Aten worship, just in case anyone's watching. Historians still argue whether Akhenaten's rigid focus on Atenism left Egypt unprepared to handle disaster, with no deities to pray to for healing, no priests trained in protective rites, and no tolerance for the old ways. The people were left, spiritually and physically, exposed. You duck into a scribe hall, where the junior staff has been assigned prayer copying duty. That's right. They're mass-producing Aten hymns to distribute to the sick. One kid asks if he can include a line from an older healing charm, just as backup. His supervisor smacks his stylus and says, "We write for the Aten. That's all." You slip outside and find the city strangely still. The temple plazas aren't full. The markets are sparse. Even the Great Avenue, normally bustling with fruit vendors, scribes, and goats going entirely the wrong direction, is quiet. Because people are scared. And Akhenaten? He's still holding sunrise ceremonies, still raising his arms to the heavens, still singing. You attend one just to see if anything's changed. He stands before the crowd, thinner than before, his cheeks drawn, his voice slightly hoarse. The sun is bright, almost too bright. The heat presses down. He chants, "O radiant Aten, you rise and bring life. You know the hearts of men. Even in death, your light remains." The crowd watches in silence. Then, quietly, someone begins to cry. You look around and see that it's one of the royal guards, a big man, bronze-skinned, usually stoic. Tears roll down his cheeks as he stares at the sun. He says nothing. You later find out his son died the night before. There was no ritual, no priest, no balm, just a silent sun and a fading breath. You wander back toward the outskirts of the city and pass a family burying their loved one under cover of dusk. No hymns, no processions, just a few quiet words and a flower pressed into the sand. They light a small candle, even though it's not allowed. Light, not from the Aten, but from flame. Fragile, flickering, and utterly human. Fringe theory? Some archaeologists believe signs of ritual continuity. Old gods invoked in secret, protective symbols scratched into walls, persisted through the Amarna period, just beneath the surface. Because in times of fear, people reach for whatever comfort they remember. Even gods, they're told, no longer exist. You return to the palace, late that night. A hush has fallen across the city. No drums, no laughter, just wind and the smell of burning herbs. You pass a carved stone bearing one of Akhenaten's great hymns. You've read it before. You rise, O Aten, and all things begin. Without you, the world is still. And for the first time, you wonder, what happens if the world is still? You're in the archives again, sitting on a creaky stool that wobbles like it's built from rejected temple bricks, surrounded by stacks of clay tablets. You shouldn't be here. Technically, this is the official scribe room, and the air smells like ink, old sandals, and ambition. But you just found the motherlode. It's a crate marked Amarna letters, foreign. And these aren't the polished public statements. These are the messy ones, the juicy ones, the ancient equivalent of diplomatic group chats, only now they're inscribed in hardened mud. Mainstream historical fact. The Amarna letters are a collection of nearly 400 clay tablets discovered in the ruins of Akhenaten in the late 1800s. Written in Akkadian, the international language of diplomacy, they contain correspondence between Akhenaten, and briefly his father, and rulers from Babylonia, Assyria, Mitanni, and vassal city-states across Canaan and Syria. You pry open the top tablet and start reading. To the king, my son, my life, I fall at your feet 7 times and 7 times. Okay, weird start. But that's how everyone starts. The 7 times thing is a kind of divine fan mail opener. Think of it as Dear Your Radiance times 14. You keep going. Why have you not sent gold? You promised gold. Many times. My people ask, where is Egypt's wealth? I have made a feast and have nothing to show. Send gold. You raise an eyebrow. Someone's getting testy. Another tablet, this one from a vassal ruler in Canaan, is less polite. Enemy forces are near. I wrote before. You sent no troops. I am alone. Do you even read these? Oof. You find a whole pile of these. Letters asking for help, begging for horses, asking for Egyptian archers. Some just want a reply. Anything. There's one that ends with, even a chariot without horses would be better than silence. You imagine the sender sitting by a dusty road, eyes on the horizon, hoping for a cart with at least one slightly enthusiastic donkey. Fringe tidbit? One vassal, Rib-Hadda of Byblos, wrote over 60 letters to Egypt. That's right, 60. Mostly complaining that other city-states were attacking him, his allies were useless, and Akhenaten wasn't answering. He was the ultimate Bronze Age squeaky wheel. You read one of Rib-Hadda's rants. I sleep in fear. The enemy approaches by sea and land. My brothers have betrayed me. I send my son to serve you. May that be worth 1 battalion? It's desperate, sad, maybe even passive-aggressive. You like him, but you also notice something else. Many of the replies, when there are replies, are either delayed or poetic. One response thanks a king for his message, and then goes on for 300 words about the warmth of Aten's rays and how delightful figs are this time of year. You read it twice. No mention of the requested troops, just vibes. Historians still argue about whether Akhenaten was disinterested, overwhelmed, or simply incapable of handling traditional foreign affairs. The letters don't lie. A lot of them are unanswered. The ones that do get replies are short, vague, or just weird. One official response literally says, "The king is pleased with your loyalty. The Aten shines upon you. Your gold shall come when it is ready." Spoiler: it doesn't. You step back from the tablets and rub your temples. The diplomatic machine is jammed. City-states, once proud to wear Egypt's protection, are now jumping ship, swearing loyalty to whoever does respond: the Hittites, Assyrians, or local warlords. Even powerful neighbors like Babylon are irritated. You find one letter that reads, "Your messengers arrived smelling of beer. Is this how Egypt sends its greetings now? Also, where is the necklace you promised?" That's brutal. But it's not all doom scroll. Some letters are just gloriously awkward. One Canaanite mayor writes, "To my lord, I send you a monkey. Please feed it. May Aten shine upon its fur." There's also a letter from a king demanding a gold-plated bed and two singers who know the good songs. You kind of hope he got them. But beneath the comedy, the real tragedy sets in. You find a final letter, half-cracked, edges crumbling. It's from a city that no longer exists. The sender's name has been scratched out. Maybe the scribe gave up. Maybe the city fell before the message could be finished. All it says is, "I have written many times. We light fires each night, hoping your chariots will come. The children wait. Still we wait." You close the box, and in that moment, you realize, for all its poetry, its golden rays, its divine vision, Akhenaten was becoming a black hole of diplomacy. Letters went in. Very little came out. The foreign world adjusted, turned away, and Egypt's grip on its vassals slipped, one clay plea at a time. Back in the palace, Akhenaten sits in the sunlight, penning another verse about divine warmth. Far beyond the hills, the fires go out, and the tablets go unread. You're wandering through the palace sculpture hall again, because where else would you be on a slow morning in a fading theocracy? And there he is, Akhenaten. Or, well, a limestone version of him. Sort of. Probably. Honestly, the statue is weird. He's got that same elongated face, lips like he's perpetually mid-pout, a stomach that looks like he's either very well fed or in his second trimester, and hips that would turn heads at a royal banquet. And yet, here he is, Pharaoh, lord of the two lands, chosen of the sun, modeled like a melting candle. Mainstream historical fact: the art of the Amarna period depicted Akhenaten with radically different physical proportions compared to earlier pharaohs. Gone were the square-jawed, broad-shouldered god-kings. In their place, a soft, fluid, almost alien aesthetic that has baffled scholars ever since. You walk past another statue. Same deal. Long neck, narrow chest, belly protruding, like someone who really shouldn't have had that third honey cake. You tilt your head. Is that deliberate? Historians still argue whether Akhenaten actually looked like this, or whether it was all symbolic. Some suggest he had a genetic condition, Marfan syndrome, pharaohs, or something even rarer. Others believe it was all theological, that the pharaoh's body was a metaphor, not a mirror. Fringe tidbit: there's a theory that Akhenaten intentionally blended male and female features in his depictions to reflect Aten, a god who created everything and therefore contained both masculine and feminine aspects. A kind of living cosmic yin-yang with a really dramatic headdress. But if you're trying to match art to reality, good luck. You find a sketch of Akhenaten with 6 fingers. One bust gives him breasts. Another wall carving makes his neck so long it looks like he's halfway to giraffe. Is it realism? Artistic flair? Ancient trolling? No one knows. You step into a courtyard where visitors are quietly studying a massive stone relief of Akhenaten and Nefertiti under the sun's rays. The daughters are draped over their laps, Aten's little noodly sun hands tickling their faces. Akhenaten's lips are parted, his eyes half closed. He looks dreamy, or tired, or transcendent. Maybe all 3. One noble leans toward you and mutters, "Is this what godhood looks like now?" You shrug. It is now. This whole shift. The bodies, the softness, the roundness. It's not just an art trend. It's philosophy in stone. Aten is not a war god, not a storm bringer, not a beast or a man. Aten is light, warmth, life. Akhenaten, in turn, presents himself not as a mighty smiter of enemies, but as a receiver of that light, a conduit, a vessel. You stumble across a private sculpture tucked behind some columns. Akhenaten alone, hands cupped, sunbeams pouring into them. His form here is so strange, so unlike any pharaoh before him, it almost hurts to look. And yet, it's powerful. He's not trying to dominate the viewer. He's trying to absorb them. One scribe tells you, the pharaoh's body is not his own. It is the light's. And then proceeds to trip over a loose stone and fall directly into a decorative bush. Profound, then hilarious. But not everyone finds it inspiring. You overhear a military commander whispering to a colleague, "How can we fight for a man who looks like he's allergic to armor?" Another mutters that the statues make him uncomfortable. "They're too squishy," he says, scowling at a depiction of Akhenaten in mid-hymn, stomach round, fingers long and limp like overcooked pasta. And yet, the king insists. You walk past a construction site where a wall is being carved with a new scene. The artist pauses and checks a wax model of Akhenaten's face. Long, lean, slightly otherworldly. The features are intentional, the proportions sacred. This isn't about how Akhenaten looks. It's about what he means. Historians still debate, was this art part of a spiritual revolution? A rejection of old masculine ideals? A radical attempt to express something totally new in human form? Or maybe it was just Akhenaten being extra. You slip into a lecture at the House of Scribes, where a scholar is presenting his theory. The king is neither man nor woman, he says. He is sunlight made flesh, a body shaped by light, not by war or labor. A student raises her hand. But he still eats grapes, right? The room goes silent. Then the scholar sighs. Yes, he still eats grapes. Even divine flesh needs snacks. You return to the sculpture hall later that day and find a new bust being unwrapped. It's Akhenaten again, of course. This time, his expression is serene, almost sleepy, like he's just heard a really good lute solo. And you realize something. For all the debate, for all the whispering and discomfort, this works. You don't forget him. Not like you might forget another bronze-chinned pharaoh. Akhenaten's form stays with you. Soft, strange, human, sacred, something in between. You stand there a long time, watching the light shift across his stone face. The lips curve in a faint smile. The eyes don't quite meet yours. And for the briefest moment, you feel what maybe he wanted you to feel. You're not looking at a god. You're looking at the space between gods and men. You wake to drums. Not war drums. Nothing that dramatic. But the slow, steady thump, thump of ritual. Morning in Akhenaten begins with rhythm. Barefoot priests pacing the temple courts, slapping polished tambourines, lifting their arms to the sky in perfect, choreographed sun worship. You follow the sound through narrow alleys until the city opens wide again. The grand temple of the Aten. No pillars, no statues, no torchlit sanctuaries. Just stone platforms under open sky, bathed in gold. Everything is exposed to the light. It's almost aggressive, really. Like you're not entering a holy place. You're walking directly into the presence of the sun, whether you're ready or not. And the one in charge of this glorious sun-thumping spectacle? Nefertiti. Mainstream historical fact. Nefertiti wasn't just a pretty face in a tall blue crown. In Akhenaten's court, she was depicted as nearly equal to the pharaoh, leading ceremonies, smiting enemies, and standing beneath the rays of the Aten as a co-divine partner. Some records even show her alone in royal rituals. That's right. Sometimes she's the one making the offerings, not Akhenaten. You see her now. She steps into the courtyard like the sun has personally requested her presence, draped in sheer white linen that floats like mist, gold bands on her arms and ankles. She radiates something that isn't quite mortal. The worshippers bow low, but her eyes are on the horizon. You watch as she approaches the altar. She moves with grace, like the sunlight bends for her. One priest hands her a dish of lotus flowers. She raises it to the sky. The sun breaks through the morning haze and bathes the flowers in gold. Boom. Divine choreography complete. You lean toward a temple guard and whisper, "Is she always like that?" He whispers back, "She once blessed a loaf of bread, and it stayed warm for 2 days." Probably a joke. Probably. But Nefertiti is everywhere in this city, painted on palace walls, etched in temple reliefs, dancing in the royal garden, smiting enemies, very photogenically, riding in chariots with her daughters clinging to her side like sun-kissed grapes. She is power personified, royalty with eyeliner so sharp it could cut granite. Fringe tidbit? Some depictions show Nefertiti wearing the double crown of Egypt, traditionally reserved for the pharaoh. This has led some scholars to wonder if she eventually ruled on her own, either as Akhenaten's co-regent or as pharaoh in her own right. One even proposed that she may have ruled under a male name after Akhenaten's death. You duck into the palace records room and find a scroll with her signature. The great royal wife, whose voice is heard in the palace. Us. That's not just wife talk. That's energy. In the throne room, a mural shows her standing beside Akhenaten, each of them holding an offering up to Aten. The sunbeams fall evenly on them both. No hierarchy. Just two radiant humans standing in perfect divine light. And the public eats it up. Children play pretend as Nefertiti in the streets, head held high, hands raised to the sky. Merchants sell her likeness in tiny carved beads. One baker claims she touched a batch of dough once, and now it never burns. You start to notice that even the language of the city has changed. People say things like, "May your face shine like Nefertiti's," or "Walk in her light." Someone stubs their toe and mutters, "Nefertiti, save me." Half joke, half prayer. Historians still argue just how much actual political power she held. Some say she was Akhenaten's equal, a true partner in spiritual and administrative reform. Others think her prominence was more symbolic, an embodiment of Aten's beauty and fertility, idealized but not authoritative. You sit in a garden near the palace where she sometimes holds audiences. A woman with a sick child is waiting by the gate, hoping for a word. A guard sighs. "She doesn't do miracles," he says. "Not officially." But still, the woman waits, and eventually, Nefertiti passes by, flanked by attendants, moving like the breeze itself. She pauses, looks down, smiles. Her hand brushes the child's cheek. Nothing said, no chants. But the mother weeps with joy. Later that day, you find yourself near the family quarters. A relief on the wall shows Nefertiti holding one of her daughters, kissing her forehead beneath Aten's warm rays. It's intimate, tender, so unlike the usual stiff Egyptian iconography. You hear someone say, "She is more than queen. She is the mother of the kingdom." And you believe it. But even stars fade. You hear rumors that she's been appearing in public less often, that one of the younger daughters now leads some ceremonies, that a new figure, Smenkhkare, has started sharing the stage with Akhenaten. Who is he? A son? A brother? A co-ruler? You ask a scribe. He frowns. "She still rules," he insists. "She must." But in the palace, her chambers are quieter. The great blue crown sits on a shelf. And one evening, as the sun sets, you spot a single flicker of candlelight behind her curtain. A moment of shadow. In the city of eternal light, you wander through Akhenaten's central market square, past stalls stacked with dates, garlic braids, and enough fresh bread to launch a new religion if the current one doesn't stick. It's busy, but not bustling. Something's different. There's a hum of conversation, sure, but it's lower now, muted, like the city's breath is held just beneath the surface. People glance over shoulders. Sellers count coppers twice. You pause by a man carving sun discs into a slab of sandstone. He scratches too hard and splits the stone. He curses under his breath, not in Aten's name, in Amun's. You both freeze. You glance at him. He glances at you. Then very carefully, very casually, he sweeps the broken slab under a cloth and says, "Good rays to you." You nod. No one says a thing. Mainstream historical fact. By the later years of Akhenaten's reign, signs of discontent were seeping through the gleaming walls of Akhenaten. The suppression of Egypt's traditional gods, especially powerful ones like Amun, wasn't just a religious change. It was cultural erasure, and not everyone was thrilled about it. You duck into a wine shop to cool off. Inside, a small group of merchants sit around a low table. One of them leans close to the others and whispers, "They found a hidden shrine last week to Thoth, out near the workers' quarter. Was it destroyed?" "No," another says. "Just sealed. Quietly." You pretend to examine a jug while your ears stay firmly glued to their conversation. Fringe tidbit? Some archaeologists believe underground worship of the old gods continued throughout the Amarna period, even in Akhenaten itself. Carved graffiti and hidden amulets suggest secret rituals persisted, tucked behind walls, beneath floors, or buried in courtyards. You head toward the southern district, where stonecutters live and laborers fill the narrow streets with sweat and song. A child runs past with a small amulet in hand, a figure of Bes, the squat, wide-eyed household god of protection, parties, and keeping nightmares away. You stop her. "Where did you get that?" She blinks. "My mama says he keeps bad dreams out." You glance around. No guards, just dusty laundry and the smell of lentils. And suddenly it hits you. The people never really let go of the old gods. They obey. They show up for Aten's prayers. They wear the right robes and bow at the right time. But at night, they whisper to Isis. They bury Osiris charms in garden pots. They sprinkle crocodile dung under cribs, don't ask, and pray to Taweret for safe childbirth. Historians still argue how deep the rebellion ran. Some suggest the resistance to Atenism was passive, a quiet clinging to comfort and tradition. Others think it simmered hotter, a building tension that never had the chance to boil before Akhenaten's sun set for good. You make your way to a quarry outside the city. Workers are chipping away at a wall when one suddenly stops, eyes wide. You join the small crowd gathering around a strange carving, an old, half-erased symbol. It's the Ankh of Amun. There's silence. Then someone quietly tosses a cloth over it. "Must be a mistake," a foreman says. Everyone nods too quickly. You walk back toward the heart of the city. Along the way, you notice more signs, not overt, but unmistakable once you know what to look for. A lump under a shop's foundation that feels too much like a hidden idol. A bakery whose doorway charm looks suspiciously like Hathor's horns. A singer in the plaza who slips Osiris's name into a lullaby before catching herself and switching to, radiant Aten. And then there are the disappearances. You hear of a man, a potter, who once publicly criticized the Aten reforms. He's gone now. His neighbors say he moved away. His shop is still half-stocked. His tools are still warm. You ask around. Most just look at the ground and say, "He found a new light." You know what that means. Back near the Royal Avenue, a group of guards marches by. Their armor is gleaming, and their eyes scan the crowd for anyone looking too nostalgic. You pretend to admire a fruit stand, but one guard stops to talk with the seller. "Have you heard any strange songs today?" The seller shakes his head. "Only hymns." The guard nods, eyes hard. "Make sure it stays that way." Because the truth is, Atenism isn't just a belief anymore. It's a regime, a surveillance state dressed in white linen and sunbeams. You worship or you disappear. You comply or you fade. But underground, in whispers and dreams, the Guza are stirring. You're standing outside the House of Life, Akhenaten's primary medical compound. It's not as flashy as the temples or the palace. No gilded columns or sunlit inscriptions, but it hums with quiet urgency. Inside, physicians grind herbs, wrap limbs, and murmur diagnostic guesses that sound less like medicine and more like well-meaning poetry. One young healer scratches his head while peering into a patient's ear and says, "Perhaps the wind of Aten got trapped inside." Sure, let's go with that. Mainstream historical fact. Ancient Egyptian medicine was surprisingly advanced. They had surgical instruments, extensive herbal pharmacology, and a vast body of medical texts. But here in Akhenaten, those practices had to be reinterpreted under the strict light of Atenism, which meant many traditional healing deities were now officially obsolete. And that creates a problem. You walk into the main treatment hall and see a woman cradling her son, his forehead glistening with fever. The physician applies a poultice of honey and herbs, standard. But when she whispers a prayer to Isis, he stiffens. He glances around, then says gently, "We don't speak her name here." She nods, eyes downcast. But you can tell, her hope still lies with the old gods. The physician sighs and adds a bit of date wine to the mixture, maybe for the fever, maybe for morale. You wander through rows of beds, some filled with coughing children, others with older men, groaning softly. The smell of healing hangs thick, garlic, incense, damp linen. And under it all, that low, persistent hum of unsanctioned faith. Fringe, tidbit, some medical papyri from the pre-Amarna era directly invoke gods like Sekhmet, Thoth, or Bes during procedures. Under Akhenaten, those incantations would have been banned, but evidence suggests healers continued to whisper them anyway, hidden within their breath. You reach a private room where a midwife is helping a young mother through labor. No candles, no statues, no amulets of Taure or Bes to guard the birth. Just the harsh light of midday sun pouring through the window. The midwife hums, soft, rhythmic, and almost familiar. You realize she's singing an old lullaby that used to end with "Isis, hear our cry." She stops short of the final line, swallows, and switches to "May Aten's light bring peace." The mother nods, but you see the flicker in her eyes. She knows it's not enough. Historians still debate how effective Akhenaten's reforms were when it came to the practical needs of daily life. Religion wasn't just ceremony. It was function. You prayed to Sekhmet when fever struck. You wore a Horus eye for protection. You laid charms to ward off scorpions and nightmares. Without them, people feel exposed. You watch as a healer treats a man with a snake bite. He grinds onion and frankincense into a salve, but hesitates before applying it. He closes his eyes and mutters something under his breath. You lean in. It's the name of Serket, goddess of venom and protection. He opens his eyes, sees you watching, and says quickly, "Aten shines through all herbs," then smears the paste and moves on. You know what you heard. Later, you find a storage room with shelves stacked high with contraband charms, amulets confiscated from patients, a lioness figurine, a tiny falcon, a scarab carved with prayers to Amun. They're not destroyed, just shelved. Even the authorities can't quite bring themselves to erase them. You speak with a young physician, apprenticing under one of the court doctors. "We're taught only Aten brings healing," he says. "But sometimes, when no one is looking, I tie knots the old way. My mother taught me." You nod. "Do they help?" He hesitates. Then, quietly, "Yes." In the evening, the compound empties. Patients drift to sleep. The staff lights a few discreet lanterns. Aten's power, conveniently, doesn't extend past sunset. A scribe sits in the corner, copying out a medical recipe. You glance over his shoulder. It's a spell, not a hymn, a healing charm. You look at him. He smiles nervously. "It's just for reference." "Of course." You step outside into the cool night air. The moon, Aten's long-ignored cousin, hangs quietly over Akhenaten. No prayers rise for it. No hymns are sung. But it shines anyway. And below it, the people of this city continue to whisper names they're not supposed to remember. Not out of rebellion, not out of heresy, but out of need. Because when your child burns with fever, or the birth goes wrong, or a scorpion stings in the dark, you don't light incense to philosophy. You call out to whatever will answer, even if it's a goddess who no longer exists. You're perched on a crumbling garden wall near the royal palace, picking at a fig and watching the sun stretch across Akhenaten like it's trying a bit too hard. The city still glows, yes, but it's starting to feel more like a sunburn than a blessing, because something's shifting. Not in the sky, in the court. Mainstream historical fact. In the final years of Akhenaten's reign, records become fragmented and strangely inconsistent. The once constant images of Nefertiti grow fewer. A new name begins to appear in inscriptions. Smenkhkare. Who he was is still debated. A brother, a son, a co-regent, maybe even Nefertiti herself under a new title. All you know is that someone new is standing closer to the throne. You see it for yourself at a sunrise ceremony. The usual cast, priests in sheer linen, scribes holding hymn scrolls like stage props, and Akhenaten on the central dais. But today, another figure stands beside him, taller, younger, with sharper angles, and just a hint of impatience beneath the ceremonial stillness. You lean toward a scribe. "Who's that?" The scribe adjusts his ink-stained collar. "That is Smenkhkare, the beloved, the other light." Cool. That clears nothing up. Fringe tidbit? Some rare stele and tomb inscriptions list Smenkhkare as Neferuaten, a throne name shared with Nefertiti. This has led to more than one heated academic debate ending in throne pastries. Some believe Smenkhkare was her male persona. Others say he was a son or younger brother drafted in to help a tired king hold a crumbling realm. You follow Smenkhkare's procession down the Avenue of the Sun later that day. The people cheer, a little quieter than usual. The clapping is just slightly out of sync, because no one quite knows what to make of this new light. He's dressed like Akhenaten. He moves like him. But he doesn't radiate that same detached serenity. He watches the crowd, takes note. There's something sharper in him. You ask a guard, "Does he lead ceremonies now?" The guard shrugs. Sometimes. Depends on whether the king's up to it. Ah, so that's what this is. You remember a month ago when Akhenaten didn't appear for 3 straight mourning rites. Whispers of illness passed like wind through papyrus. Some said it was just exhaustion. Others claimed he'd been struck by the plague that still quietly lingered beyond the city's edge. One gardener swears he saw the pharaoh carried between chambers, pale as alabaster, muttering verses in his sleep. And now, Smenkhkare is here, leading prayers, signing scrolls, sitting in meetings with generals Akhenaten hasn't summoned in years. You peek into a council chamber and catch a glimpse of a military map, a rarity in this city of art and hymns. The border cities are marked in red ink. Some have been circled, others crossed out. A young commander points at one and says, "If we don't send troops soon, we'll lose it." Smenkhkare nods once. That night, messengers ride out, not for poetry, for war. Historians still argue whether Smenkhkare ever ruled with Akhenaten, or after him. Some claim he was crowned co-regent during the final year of Akhenaten's life. Others insist he took over only once the Sun King faded. The truth may be buried in the fractured layers of history, and maybe under a few sand dunes for good measure. But here in the city, people start saying the twin lights when they bless someone. They carve double sun discs in the corners of doors. The children play at being 2 pharaohs instead of 1. Even the Aten hymns shift slightly. You hear a new verse added at the temple. The light shines through him who walks in the king's shadow, and both rise together as the breath of day. You visit the sculptor's workshop and spot 2 busts side by side. One unmistakably Akhenaten, long face, bowed lips, alien grace. The other, more symmetrical, stronger chin, but with the same sunbeam eyes. The artist dusts his hands and says, "The king requested they stand together. Always." You nod. "Which one's the king?" He hesitates. "Yes." Even the scribes are nervous. One royal decree appears, bearing both names, a hyphen joining them like an uncomfortable marriage. You ask a junior clerk if that's normal. He says, "It is now." And through it all, Akhenaten remains distant, present, but faded. He appears at ceremonies like a ghost in white linen. His voice, once booming with sun-born certainty, is softer now. Sometimes you catch him staring not at the sun, but at the horizon, like he's waiting for something, or someone. And beside him, Smenkhkare, tall, composed, watching the kingdom with a strategist's eye and a priest's stillness. 2 suns in the same sky, and somewhere deep in the royal palace, behind doors that don't open anymore, Nefertiti is silent. Her name is still spoken. Her image still glows on walls, but she hasn't been seen in days or weeks. No one knows if she's ill, in hiding, or something else. You ask a court attendant. She lowers her voice and says, "The queen walks only in private now." You press. "Is she alive?" The woman looks up, lips trembling. "She is light." That is all we say. And so you step into the twilight of Akhenaten's golden days. 2 rulers casting shadows in tandem, the queen absent, and the old gods still whispering beneath the floorboards. The sun is still rising, but now it flickers. The wind comes off the desert sharp and dry today, and the banners above Akhenaten flap like restless birds. You've seen these kinds of days before, the kind where something feels off, though no one says it. You start to notice the little things first. The high priests walk faster. The guards check their weapons twice. In the royal garden, the doves are gone. Even the scribes pause before writing Akhenaten's name, as if waiting to see if it still matters. Because something's changed. And not in a symbolic, poetic, sunlit kind of way. Akhenaten is dying. Mainstream historical fact. The end of Akhenaten's life is murky and largely undocumented. There's no dramatic record of his death, no clear burial site, and no official inscription announcing his passing. It's like the sun just set. You hear it in whispers. A servant drops a tray and mutters, "Forgive me, the king sleeps longer now." Another says he hasn't walked the palace courtyard in days. One physician, asked directly, only shakes his head and says, "His breath grows quiet." In the grand temple, the morning hymns grow shorter. The priests speak his name less loudly. Even Aten's rays seem dimmer, filtered through a veil of uneasy silence. Fringe tidbit? A few speculative inscriptions suggest that in Akhenaten's final days, he became increasingly withdrawn, even from Aten's rituals. Some believe he began to question whether his divine connection had weakened, whether the god had truly chosen him, or if he had simply believed it too hard, for too long. You walk past the palace garden and glimpse him, just barely, through an open doorway. He sits in the shade, wrapped in white, a thin figure with eyes that barely blink. His face has aged rapidly. That once fluid, alien grace now looks fragile, brittle, like a porcelain statue left too long in the sun. You expect a chorus of mourners, a surge of royal concern. But instead, things are orderly. Too orderly, because Smenkhkare is already moving. Historians still debate whether Smenkhkare ruled alongside Akhenaten at the very end, or simply stepped in quietly after his death. But the shift was already underway before the final breath. You see it in the records. A new seal appears en pharaohs on official scrolls. The twin cartouche. One for Akhenaten, yes, but the second stands taller now, slightly bolder, slightly more real. You sit in the scribe's chamber as they prepare a royal edict. The head scribe frowns. Do we still use "living in truth" in his title? He asks. The assistant hesitates. Until the sun says otherwise. And in the city, life hesitates, half lit, half shadowed. Some cry in secret. Some do not. One merchant says, "He gave us peace, but took our gods." Another replies, "He gave us beauty. We will never see such art again." You find a small gathering near the southern cliff where Akhenaten once proclaimed the founding of Akhetaten. They light no candles. Aten forbids it. But they stand silently, facing the horizon. A woman whispers, "Let the king rise again, if it pleases Aten." But no light breaks the clouds today. You make your way to the House of Life, where the palace physicians are gathered. They speak in hushed tones, poring over old scrolls and sacred remedies. One of them grips a small bundle of dried herbs, traditional ones, forbidden ones. You ask him why. He looks up, exhausted. When Aten is silent, sometimes the old gods still listen. You step into a corridor near the royal quarters. A servant is crying softly. You ask if he's all right. He wipes his face and says, "I saw the queen once. She looked right through me." You want to ask more, but he vanishes into the shadows. In the final days, Akhenaten grows still. The festival drums fade. The sculptors pause their chiseling. Even the Nile seems to flow more quietly, as if waiting for something. And Akhenaten? He stays in his chamber. You hear that he no longer eats, that he speaks only in verses now, whispered fragments of hymns he wrote long ago. O Aten, light of my light, lift me into your arms, that I may rest in your heat. Some say his daughters sing to him. Others say he lies alone, attended only by one loyal priest who no longer speaks. You return to the Avenue of the Sun and find a crowd gathered, not in mourning, not yet, but in something stranger. Suspended belief. Because if Akhenaten dies, what happens to Aten? If the only one who heard the god's voice goes silent, does the god still speak? Fringe theory? Some propose that Akhenaten's death was concealed for a time, that officials kept up the image of his reign, even as Smenkhkare assumed power, to avoid panic or rebellion. You wouldn't be surprised, because even now, no bell tolls, no proclamation is made, no tomb is unveiled, just a quiet fading. You return to the temple one last time and sit in the back, beneath the open sky. The priests raise their arms to the sun. The hymn begins, but the voice that once led them all, clear, strange, radiant, is gone. And the sun rises without him. You stand at the edge of the royal compound, staring down a corridor of silence. No guards, no servants bustling about. Just sunlight on smooth stone, and the faint echo of sandals from a distance that somehow never grows closer. Akhenaten is gone. Mainstream historical fact. The death of Akhenaten left Egypt in a precarious state, with no official burial records, no grand tomb inscriptions, and no formal mourning decrees. It's as if Egypt's most radical king simply vanished. The aftermath? A slow-motion unraveling of everything he'd tried to build. You don't hear the news. You feel it. The next morning, the high priest stumbles through a ritual with the kind of flat energy you'd expect from someone who knows the script but forgot the belief. The sun rises, like always, but no one lifts the hymns with conviction. The voices are too thin, too careful. Back in the palace, the doors to Akhenaten's chambers are sealed. A young maid tells you the linens were burned. Why, you ask? She shrugs. They said his light must not linger. Oof. Cold. But there's no mourning parade, no royal funeral march, just a slow shifting of titles, and the quiet appearance of Smenkhkare in places he never used to stand. Fringe tidbit? A partially damaged inscription from one noble's tomb includes a passage referencing the transition of light to its new bearer. Scholars disagree on whether this refers to a co-regency or a carefully disguised succession. Either way, the message is clear. Akhenaten's time is over. And his city? Well, Akhenaten isn't crumbling exactly, but you can see the cracks. You pass a sculptor's workshop. Half-finished reliefs lie abandoned. A discarded bust of the king stares up from the dust. its nose chipped and lips smeared with bird droppings. The apprentices argue whether to finish it or melt it down for limestone bricks. You turn the corner and see the first chisel marks. On a wall, once filled with Atenist glory, someone is scraping. Not art, not updates. Erasure. Historians still debate the extent of the Amarna purge, how systematically Akhenaten's name and images were removed after his death. Some believe it was intentional damnatio memoriae. Others think it was just political cleanup. But standing here, watching a man slowly chip away a sunray, it feels like a burial by sandstone. You find a scribe rewriting a scroll. It once read, Year 17 of Akhenaten, living in truth, son of the sun. Now it simply reads, Year 1 of the new light. You ask him, isn't that revision? He shrugs. Truth shifts. Paper is patient. You wander to the outskirts of town, where a few brave, or foolish, souls are beginning to pray aloud to the old gods again. A woman lights a tiny lamp in the name of Hathor. A man scratches Amun levis into a clay par, and then buries it in his garden, like a guilty confession. The city watches. No one stops them. Not yet. But change is in the air, thick as desert dust. You meet a merchant packing up his stall. Where are you headed? He nods toward the north. Back to Wasit. They say the temples are waking again. Even the priests are coming out of hiding. You ask, do you believe in the old gods? He grins. I believe in customers, and Waset still has both. That night, you attend one of the last official Aten ceremonies held in the great open temple. Smenkhkare stands where Akhenaten once did, arms raised, face expressionless. But something's off. The crowd is thin. The hymn scrolls are shorter. A scribe stumbles mid-prayer and mutters, blessings of the radiant Father, before trailing off into silence. You look at Smenkhkare. He holds the pose, but his eyes are scanning the crowd, not seeking approval, seeking loyalty. Because the cracks in the temple aren't just stone. They're political. The nobles begin to shift allegiance. The guards whisper. The priests, those still clinging to Aten, start speaking in new phrases, less dogmatic, more flexible, as if leaving room for something older to return. And the people? They just want protection, stability, gods who answer back. You head to a remote quarter of the city and see a small procession. A child has died. No priest comes. No sun hymn is sung. But the family places a small carved statue beside the body. Anubis. They light a flame. No one stops them. Not this time. Fringe theory? Some believe that as Akhenaten's reforms collapsed, people began secretly restoring household shrines before any formal change occurred. Quiet rituals, old amulets dug up from hiding. They didn't wait for permission. They just remembered. You return to the Avenue of the Sun. The banners are still up. The temples still shine. But they shine for no one. The king who built this city, who raised it from sand and vision, is gone. And the city, like a fading sunbeam, begins to slip back into the shadows. Not with a bang, but with a slow, quiet return to the gods, to tradition, to memory. And somewhere beyond these bright, white walls, the old temples are waiting. Doors half open, priests clearing cobwebs, statues still standing. They've been here all along, just waiting for the sun to set. You're standing in the middle of Akhenaten's main road, watching the city unravel like a hem coming loose from a royal robe. Not all at once, just stitch by stitch, day by day. You can almost hear it, the soft pop of a button, the quiet rip of thread. No decree has been made. No messengers have cried doom in the plazas. But Akhenaten is being abandoned. Mainstream historical fact. After Akhenaten's death, the capital city he built from nothing was slowly deserted. Within a decade or two, Akhenaten, modern-day Amarna, was nearly empty, its temples crumbling, its palaces raided for stone, its great artistic revolution erased or buried. You walk past a row of homes, once filled with laughter and song. Now the windows are boarded, or worse, gaping open. You peer inside one and see a dried garland of flowers still hanging from a peg, a child's game scratched into the floor, a wooden spoon, lonely and dust-covered, on a table that no one cleared. It's not destruction, it's departure. You find a sculptor dragging a cart down the road. His tools are piled alongside his lunch. "Where are you going?" you ask. "South," he grunts. "Back to Memphis, or Waset, wherever the stones wanted." You nod toward his chisel. "No more Aten?" He snorts. "Sun's everywhere. Doesn't need a temple to shine." Touché. Fringe tidbit? Archaeological digs have found that many homes in Akhenaten were left partially intact, some with possessions still in place. It suggests a gradual exodus, not a violent collapse. People left when it was safe, quietly, carefully. You cross through the once vibrant market. Empty stalls sway in the breeze. A goat chews contentedly on what used to be a tax scroll. You pass a baker's shop where the oven is cold and the sign out front has been repainted, backwards. A quiet message. No customers, no future. And yet, the temples still stand. You enter the great temple of the Aten again. The open-air altar is littered with sand and bird droppings. One priest sweeps with half-hearted strokes. Another just sits and watches the sun without speaking. You ask, "Why do you stay?" The older priest says, "Because the Aten may still return." The younger one mutters, "Because we have nowhere else to go." You wander to the royal necropolis, where Akhenaten intended to be buried. You find his tomb half finished. Some say he was buried there. Others insist his body was removed later. But what strikes you most is the emptiness. No fanfare, no procession, no line of mourners, just a sunbeam that filters through a crack in the stone, and silence. Historians still argue about the fate of Akhenaten's remains. Some believe his body was moved to the Valley of the Kings during a later reign. Others think he was left in Amarna and later destroyed. Still others wonder if he was never truly buried at all. You lean on a rock and look back at the city. From a distance, Akhenaten is still stunning. White buildings gleam, roads glisten with sun. Statues cast long, dreamy shadows across courtyards. But when you listen, you hear only the wind. The court is gone. Smenkhkare, possibly dead, possibly dethroned. His name doesn't last long in the official lists. Some say he ruled for a year, maybe less. Some believe Nefertiti returned under a male name and reigned briefly as a placeholder. But no matter who stood on the throne, the Aten experiment was collapsing. And so the priests of Amun begin to stir in the south. Whispers of Waset, Thebes, grow louder. The temples there hum with prayers not heard in nearly 2 decades. Statues are dusted off. Offerings are stacked once more. The gods are coming back. One man near the road says, "I dreamed of Mut last night. She stood in her temple again." Another nods. The Nile runs sweeter in Thebes now. Even the fish taste better. You roll your eyes, but you get it. It's not just theology. It's belonging. The old gods were woven into daily life, into dreams and fields and funerals. Aten may have shone brightly, but he never really sat down with the people. Not the way Amun did. Not the way a god with ears does. You pass a caravan headed south. A little girl sits atop a cart, clutching a best doll with a missing leg. Her mother hums a tune from the old days. You recognize it. So do others. It spreads like a forgotten scent. Not rebellious, just remembered. You return to the palace gardens. The lilies are overgrown. The reflecting pool is half mud. A single figure tends to a withering fig tree. A gardener. You ask him why he stays. He says, "I planted this with the king once. I want to see if it gives fruit again." You wait, but no figs come. The wind picks up, hot and gritty. The sun lowers behind the cliffs. And for the first time in years, you think, this city was always meant to be temporary. A dream, a performance, a beam of light caught in midair. And like all sunbeams, it fades. You stand outside the gates of Akhenaten, the last rays of sun slipping behind the desert cliffs. And you realize this is not just the end of a city. It's the end of an experiment, a dream made of gold and sunlight and audacity. And now, dust. Mainstream historical fact. In the years following Akhenaten's death, Egypt saw a rapid return to traditional religion, politics, and power structures. The name Akhenaten was scratched from monuments, his images destroyed, and his capital city, once the spiritual center of an entire theology, was left to rot in the sand. You take a breath and look back one last time. The city still glows in places, but it's a hollow glow, like sunlight on a tomb. Nothing moves in the palace towers. The Avenue of the Sun is empty. The great statue of the king stands cracked at the base, its smile just a little too wide for comfort now. You turn your feet southward, toward Waset, because if Egypt is going to reclaim its gods, its temples, and its place in the world, that's where it begins. And waiting there, Tutankhaten, fringe tidbit. This boy, likely the son of Akhenaten, or possibly his younger brother, depending on which scholarly team you ask, was born during the Aten years. His name means living image of Aten. But by the time he takes the throne, that name will be inconvenient. You arrive in Waset as the city exhales for the first time in decades. Temples of Amun roar back to life. Incense thickens the air. Statues, once wrapped in linen, are unveiled like kings returning from exile. You pass priests painting fresh hieroglyphs over older, forbidden ones. The true gods they say, have returned. You hear a new name whispered through the streets. Tutankhamun. Yes, he's changed it. You sit in a plaza near the Temple of Karnak and watch the boy king ride past in a chariot, too small for the robes he wears, but still managing a royal wave. Behind him, the court is reassembling itself. Old names are dusted off, new alliances formed. The machinery of Egyptian power is grinding back into gear. And what happens to Akhenaten's legacy? Erased. Historians still debate the scale and motivation of the backlash against the Amarna period. Some call it a political purge, others a spiritual cleansing. But here on the streets, the feeling is much simpler. People missed their gods. You visit a workshop where masons are recarving wall scenes. A man hands you a shard with a sun disk etched faintly across it. "We sand those off now," he says. "Orders from the temple." You turn it over in your hands. Aten's rays, once so holy, are now graffiti. And the gods? Oh, they are everywhere again. Horus stares down from temple pillars. Thoth's ibis head peeks from scroll margins. Hathor's cow horns crown altar after altar. You see a child wearing an ankh around her neck, and no one flinches. You hear Amun's name spoken openly again, sung even. Egypt is waking up, but not without scars. You meet a soldier who served in Akhenaten. He stares into the Nile and says, "It was beautiful, all that light, but it was never home." You meet a woman who lost 2 children during the Amarna years. "We had no gods to comfort us," she says, "only the sky." You meet a priest who kept Amun's name hidden in a necklace for 15 years. He pulls it from his tunic and kisses it like an old friend. Historians still argue whether Akhenaten's theology truly died or just went underground again. A few later hymns bear faint echoes of his poetic style. Some temples, long after, were built with slightly more open-air sanctuaries, more natural light. His dream left fingerprints, but never foundations. And what of Akhenaten? You return one last time, years later, just to see. Sand chokes the streets. The temples are crumbling. The palace is nothing but outlines and rubble. Wild dogs roam the marketplace. The sun still hits the stones at the perfect angle, but there's no one left to notice. You find a broken stele near the outskirts, half buried. It reads, "I built Akhenaten for the Aten, that he might find no equal. I lived in his light. I leave my heart in his city. The rest is scratched out. You sit on a stone and let the wind carry the dust into your hair." Fringe theory? A small group of people, Atenists, true believers, may have tried to keep the faith alive even after Akhenaten's death. Some suggest tiny rural shrines survived for decades. A few papyri hint at isolated sects still honoring the one light, long after the rest of Egypt moved on. You like to think that maybe, somewhere, someone still lights a candle at dawn, not to Amun or Isis or Osiris, but to Aten, not because it's required, but because they remember. Because once, for a brief and strange and golden moment, the sun belonged to one man, and he believed it could belong to everyone. You're sitting cross-legged in a dim chamber at the Temple of Karnak, watching an older priest trace his fingers across a wall of freshly restored hieroglyphs. The figures shine like they've been waiting 2 decades just to breathe again. Amun in his tall, feathered crown, Mut holding an ankh, Khonsu glowing in the moonlight. They came home, the priest whispers. Finally. Mainstream historical fact. After the fall of Akhenaten's regime, Egypt launched a sweeping campaign of restoration. The temples of Amun were rebuilt. The priesthood regained its power. Names and images defaced during the Amarna period were reinscribed with urgency, as if trying to overwrite the past before it could stain the future. You walk through the vast halls of Karnak and see entire columns that were once blank, now vibrant, with layers of color and devotion. You ask a young scribe what he's writing. He grins. A record of the king's restoration efforts. You squint. Tutankhamun? He nods proudly. He's bringing balance back. Fringe tidbit? Tutankhamun, yes, the boy king from the golden mask and the cursed tomb, wasn't just a glittery footnote. His reign, though short, was marked by a conscious and strategic undoing of Akhenaten's policies. And his name change from Tutankhaten to Tutankhamun wasn't just symbolic. It was a billboard-sized apology how. You sit at the edge of a royal audience chamber, where envoys now bring offerings from distant cities again. One bows low and says, "The priests of Memphis send gifts to Amun and to the king." No one winces when Amun's name is spoken now. You watch Tutankhamun closely. He's no longer the shaky-kneed child in the chariot. He wears the crown a little more comfortably. He consults with generals. He listens to the priests. But his eyes sometimes drift to the floor. Maybe thinking of his father. Or maybe just of a boyhood spent in a ghost city full of sun and silence. Historians still argue over whether Tutankhamun truly ruled or was guided by powerful advisors, Horemheb, and others who saw in him a convenient vessel for restoration. But here, now, in the flickering torchlight, you see a boy trying to repair a world he didn't break. And not everyone is helping. Some old nobles from the Amarna period refuse to return to power. Some pretend Akhenaten never existed. Others quietly gather their relics and bury them again, just in case the tides shift once more. You follow a cart being wheeled into a tomb. Its contents? Stone tablets, sun discs, statues with shattered faces. The workers are sealing it up, not with reverence, with relief. "It's over," one says, brushing dust from his hands. "Seal it and forget it." You walk past workshops where artisans are chiseling out Akhenaten's name, literally erasing history. One scribe shows you a papyrus and says, "We must fix the years, rewrite the calendar." Wait, you ask. You're deleting 17 years? He shrugs. He was not a king. He was an interlude. Yikes. Harsh. But it's everywhere. Akhenaten becomes the criminal of Akhetaten. Nefertiti is mostly ignored. Their daughters vanish from inscriptions. Even Smenkhkare, whoever he was, is lost to ambiguity. Only Tutankhamun remains, standing at the intersection of memory and mandate, trying to bridge a kingdom cracked in half. Fringe theory? A few radical scholars believe Akhenaten's ideas never truly disappeared, that Atenism lingered underground and subtly influenced later monotheistic religions. The evidence is speculative at best, but the parallels are provocative. You walk into a library where a dusty scroll still bears the remnants of the great hymn to Aten. A student reads it aloud, quietly. You alone are the God, living in truth, creating all. She trails off. It's beautiful, she says, and you nod. It is, even if it's forbidden now. Outside the temple, you watch as a procession of priests chants for Amun. Incense rises. The crowd kneels. A child beside you clasps their hands in prayer. Not to Aten, not anymore. And just like that, Egypt is Egypt again. Not a land of ideals or experimental theology, but of gods and goddesses, of temples and tombs, of tradition and repetition. The wheel turns, as it always does. And Akhenaten? You hear that travelers sometimes stop by the ruins. They say the sun hits the empty altars just right at dawn, that the breeze still carries whispers, that somewhere beneath the sand, the city dreams of its creator. But no one prays there. No one sings. It's not a capital anymore. It's a lesson. You're walking through the Theban necropolis now, where kings and queens lie in tight stone embrace, surrounded by eternity and frescoes that never fade. The Valley of the Kings is waking again. Chisels echo through the cliffs. Workers carve corridors into living rock, and tombs are filling with promises of the afterlife. And down one narrow path, past piles of debris and broken tools, you arrive at a newly sealed door. Small, unremarkable. It belongs to Tutankhamun. Mainstream historical fact. The tomb of Tutankhamun, designated KV62, remained untouched for over 3,000 years until its discovery in 1922 by Howard Carter. Though relatively modest in size compared to other royal burials, it contained an astonishing trove of treasures, now legendary, and offered modern historians the richest glimpse into the world Akhenaten left behind. You peer at the entrance. It's quiet. No fanfare. No golden staircases. Just a doorway stuffed with rubble and a few scribbled curses for grave robbers. Not exactly the farewell one expects for a pharaoh. But that's what makes it all the more human. You sit for a moment beside the sealed threshold and imagine the burial procession. The priests with their oils and chants, the flickering torchlight dancing off gold, the boy king lying still beneath a painted mask. They say his bones were fragile, his foot deformed, his spine twisted. But in this place, he is strong. Fringe. Tidbit? Some Egyptologists now suspect Tutankhamun died unexpectedly, possibly from an infection, a fall, or even malaria. His tomb was rushed. Some items were repurposed from earlier reigns. Even his famous mask may have originally been made for someone else. Yes, possibly Nefertiti. Cue the conspiracy boards. You touch the cool stone of the wall and think about what's inside. A golden chariot he probably never rode. Jewelry inscribed with both Atenist and traditional symbols. A dagger made of meteorite iron. Yes, actual space metal. And scrolls, torn, faded. Where prayers to Amun sit awkwardly beside sun disks. You walk away quietly, because even here, where tradition is fully restored, the ghost of Aten lingers in the seams. Historians still debate what Tutankhamun believed. Was he ever truly Atenist? Or did he recite the sun hymns out of obedience before switching to Amun's name at court? Did he honor his father privately, or fear the legacy he left? You find a stele in the Karnak temple. It reads, "I restored that which was in ruins. I reopened the temples of the gods. I returned their images to their shrines." A clear message. But at night, when the stars rise, you wonder if Tutankhamun ever thought of Akhenaten, if he ever dreamed of white walls and bright prayers and a god who had no face. You speak with an older court advisor, now retired to the edge of Wasset. He tells you, the boy was kind, he listened, but he was always caught between worlds. You ask, did he ever speak of his father? The man nods. Once, he said, he believed too much. That's one way to put it. Another advisor tells you that Tutankhamun sometimes walked alone in the gardens, muttering pieces of old hymns. Not Aten's, not Amun's. Something else. Maybe just echoes of a city no one wanted to remember. You sit near the Nile, watching boats pass. The priests have their temples back, the people their gods, the scribes their calendars. But the land has changed. Something broke during those 17 years, and no amount of restoration can fully glue it back together. The art is different now, more fluid, more naturalistic, a remnant of Akhenaten style. The prayers are longer, more poetic. The tombs include more imagery of light. You even see one fresco where Amun and Ra stand side by side, their rays touching. A compromise or a scar? Fringe theory? Some argue that while Akhenaten's theology failed politically, his influence subtly shaped Egyptian religion and culture for generations. That his vision of a singular, personal divine presence seeped into the cracks and refused to fully vanish. You watch a young artist paint a ceiling in a noble's tomb. She hums a tune, soft, repetitive. You recognize it. It's from Akhenaten. You raise an eyebrow. She shrugs. My grandmother taught me, said it keeps the paint smooth. That's how it survives, isn't it? Not in monuments, in murmurs, in muscle memory. You return to the temple complex one last time. A high priest is giving a speech to a gathered crowd, praising the resurgence of the gods and the purity of Amun's will. The people cheer. Offerings pile at the altar. And behind the statue, there's a small crack. Light filters in. And for just a moment, just a flicker, you see a glint of something older, a sunbeam caught in the shadow, still trying to reach someone. You're perched on a dusty ridge now, overlooking the ruins of Akhenaten, one final time. The wind plays through broken columns like a half-forgotten flute song. Nothing moves below except sand and a few stubborn shrubs. No processions, no prayers. Just light. Mainstream historical fact. By the end of the 19th dynasty, Akhenaten had all but disappeared from official records. Later, pharaohs made concerted efforts to erase every trace of Akhenaten's reign. His statues were shattered. His name was removed from king lists. Even his city was dismantled stone by stone, repurposed for temples to other gods. You can still see where the white plaster flaked off a crumbling altar. You step around a fallen column, etched faintly with those telltale rays, Aten's hands reaching down like divine spaghetti. And you can't help but ask, why did it threaten them so much? You kneel beside a broken stele that once stood proudly in a temple courtyard. It reads, "O living Aten, no other god exists but you." Simple, declarative, dangerous. You run your fingers along the chiseled words. At some point, someone tried to scratch them out. The effort was frantic, uneven, almost angry. Fringe, tidbit. The actual destruction of Akhenaten's legacy was inconsistent. In some places, his image was violently removed, faces gouged, inscriptions hammered away. In others, it was simply painted over or quietly ignored, as if the country couldn't decide whether to forget him or to make sure no one ever remembered him too well. You wander to what used to be the palace's main hall. The floors are gone. The once smooth flagstones have been hauled off to build temples in Thebes. But one thing remains: a faint carving on the wall, missed by ancient erasers. It's not Aten. It's not Amun. It's a family. Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and 3 of their daughters, hands lifted toward the sun. The image is worn, the faces chipped away, but there's a tenderness in the way they lean toward each other. A moment captured in stone. Not theology, not empire, just love. You sit for a while and wonder if maybe, just maybe, that's what they couldn't destroy. Historians still debate whether Akhenaten was a visionary or a tyrant. Was he driven by deep conviction or madness? Did he truly believe Aten was the one god? Or was it all a political ploy to undercut the powerful Amun priesthood? You think about the man who stood on this ground decades ago, declaring this city the only place where truth could live. He saw gods in sunlight. He banned funerals, but built tombs anyway. He erased hundreds of deities to worship one that didn't even have a face. You want answers, but Akhenaten's silence is absolute. You find a lump of clay in what used to be a scribe's office. Someone wrote a prayer on it and baked it in the sun. It reads, "May the light never leave this place, even if the king is gone." The clay is cracked, but the words are still here. You walk the edge of the cliffs where Akhenaten supposedly made his famous boundary stela proclamations. The stela are faded, battered by wind and time, but bits of his voice survive. "Here I shall live with the Aten, and none shall question it." Bold words from a man standing alone in the desert. You can't help but admire it, just a little, even if it was naive, even if it unraveled, even if it left behind nothing but ghosts. Fringe theory? Some esoteric researchers believe Akhenaten was a kind of proto-philosopher king, centuries ahead of his time, that his monotheism was a glimpse into future truths, that he was less about power and more about purity, that maybe he didn't fail, maybe we just weren't ready. You look back at the empty city and whisper, maybe we still aren't. You pass what remains of the workshops where once artists redefined Egyptian style. The walls are bare, the paints have faded, but scraps of stone still show those bold Amarna lines, soft faces, curving bellies, honest expressions. Not perfect, not divine, but real. That's the legacy, isn't it? Not the temples, not the dogma, but the strange, flickering humanity that slipped through the cracks. You take one last walk through the main boulevard. the Avenue of the Sun, where once Akhenaten and Nefertiti strolled with flowers in their hair and sunlight bouncing off alabaster walls. Now, a goat trots across it with something suspicious in its mouth. You chuckle. Not exactly the sacred procession Akhenaten had in mind. And yet, the light still hits the road just right. For a moment, it glows again. Not because of power, not because of prayer, just because the sun always rises. You sit, close your eyes, and let the warmth fall across your face. And for a fleeting second, you feel it. That quiet certainty, that strange peace, that wild, unshakable belief that for one man, for one city, for one impossible dream, the light was enough. The Nile flows lazy and wide now, and you're riding its slow current aboard a reed boat that smells faintly of papyrus and ancient ambition. The sun hangs just above the horizon, casting golden ribbons across the water. Behind you, Akhenaten fades into the haze. Ahead lies Egypt, as it once was, and as it wants to be again. Mainstream historical fact. After the Amarna period, Egypt entered a phase of restoration and cautious consolidation. Traditional gods regained their places of worship. Court rituals were reestablished. The young Tutankhamun, under guidance from powerful elders, slowly stitched the old tapestry back together, thread by thread. You pass riverbanks dotted with temples, old ones with soot-darkened walls and familiar sandstone lions out front. The people here seem more at ease. There's a rhythm to life again, a sacred predictability. A temple bell rings. Children race to market. And you feel safe. That's the word, isn't it? The world of Akhenaten was full of light and questions. This one is full of shade and answers, maybe less radiant, but more solid, more human. You stop in a village where the priest wears an enormous Amun pendant that would make even a pharaoh jealous. He invites you to the reopening of the local shrine. You accept. The ceremony is long. There are chants, dances, even a goat dressed in ceremonial linen who looks profoundly confused. But the people are happy. They missed this. You meet an old woman afterward. She's selling amulets, Isis, Bes, Horus eyes, even one shaped like a lotus. You ask if she ever lived in Akhenaten. Her smile vanishes. Once. You wait. She hands you a cracked sun disk charm. I keep this to remind me, light is not always gentle. Fringe tidbit? Amulets from the Amarna period were sometimes recarved or reused in later eras, with Atenist symbols scraped off or disguised. But a few survived intact, passed down as curiosities, or silent tokens of belief, too stubborn to die. You carry the charm in your pocket now, just because. Back in Waset, you walk the great hypostyle hall at Karnak. The pillars loom like forest trunks, every inch covered in divine graffiti. A boy runs past, laughing, while his father warns him not to disrespect the gods. They're watching, he says. They weren't watching in Akhenaten, not the way people wanted. You pass a wall still under restoration. A workman is filling in a gouged-out section. You peek closer. It was Akhenaten's cartouche. He's replacing it with Tutankhamun's. You ask, "Do you remember the one that was here?" The man shrugs. "Just a mistake. We're fixing it." Historians still debate whether this widespread erasure was ordered directly by later pharaohs or carried out piecemeal by officials, priests, and scribes simply doing what they thought best. A cultural immune response, maybe, one that kicked in the moment the sun god turned his face away. You pass another scribe, hunched over a king list. You watch him work. He skips straight from Amenhotep II to Tutankhamun. Neatly, quietly. Like 17 years. Never happened. Fringe theory? A few bold historians suggest that Akhenaten's name wasn't forgotten. It was deliberately remembered in negative space. That the blank spot on the king lists screamed his story louder than words ever could. A warning. A myth in reverse. You visit a noble's tomb freshly painted. The scenes are traditional. Horus guiding the soul, the weighing of the heart, offerings to Osiris. But there's something odd tucked in the corner. A faint carving. An orb. Rays with little hands. It's been scraped once, but not completely. You ask the painter. He pretends not to hear. That night, you dream of Akhenaten. He's standing in his open-air temple, arms lifted not to a god, but to the sky itself. He doesn't speak, just smiles, gently. You try to ask him if it was worth it. All of it. The city, the worship, the forgetting. But the wind picks up, and the sun breaks through. And you wake up in a bed of reeds near the Nile with a headache and the distinct taste of roasted fish in your mouth. Was it a dream or a message? You continue your journey south, stopping at temple after temple, hearing name after name. None of them Akhenaten's. Even Nefertiti is barely mentioned. Their children? Shadows in forgotten corridors. But there are moments, small ones. A line of poetry in a marketplace scroll. A face in a mural that's just a little too long. A child singing a tune you remember from the sunlit courts. A 10-year-old boy selling fruit hands you a pendant. "What's this?" you ask. He shrugs. "Don't know. Found it in the sand." It's the Aten, worn smooth, the rays almost erased. But still there, still reaching. The days grow longer now, and your sandals wear thin from the endless walking. You've seen temples restored, tombs retouched, gods rethroned. But something inside you keeps pulling west, out past the comforting chaos of Wasit, through the date palms, and across the low hills of memory. Because there's one last place to go. The Valley of the Kings. Mainstream historical fact. Egypt's New Kingdom elite chose the western desert valley near Thebes, now Luxor, as the final resting place for pharaohs. By the time of Akhenaten's erasure, this hidden necropolis had reclaimed its place as the eternal house of kings, and Akhenaten's bizarre sunlit tombs had faded into disuse. You arrive at the cliffs just as the light starts to shift from yellow to orange. It's quiet here, not the sacred hush of temples, but the simmering silence of deep time. You walk past doorways cut into stone, each one a sealed hope, a golden prayer buried in bedrock, and tucked among them, not too far from his son's final resting place, is a rumor in limestone, KV55, the mystery tomb. Fringe tidbit? Discovered in 1907, KV55 contained a desecrated coffin and scattered relics from the Amarna period. The body inside? Still debated. Most scholars agree it's likely Akhenaten, but the evidence is inconsistent. The bones seemed male, but the coffin originally had female features. The artifacts were both honoring and erasing, a pharaoh's burial, and a cover-up. You step into the cool mouth of the tomb. Dust settles around your ankles like old regrets. The walls are unpainted, the sarcophagus cracked, the nameplates broken or removed. But in the shadows, you spot it. A cartouche, barely there. Akhenaten. You sit beside the broken coffin. Here lies the man who challenged the world. The man who sang to the sun. The man who built a city with no shadow. Now, lying in a hole in the ground. Anonymous, cracked, and covered in the fingerprints of centuries trying to forget him. Historians still argue why this tomb was so unceremonious. Was it built in haste? Was he moved here posthumously? Was the defacement intentional, or just a rushed job in a time of political panic? You light a small lamp and watch how the flame flickers on the limestone. There's no Aten here, no open sky, just rock and dust. You remember the great hymn again. When you set in the western horizon, the earth is in darkness, as if in death. It fits here, doesn't it? Except the hymn doesn't stop there. The earth brightens when you rise again. Fringe theory? Some have proposed that Akhenaten didn't believe in death the same way his ancestors did. That his god wasn't about the underworld, but about light itself. Maybe he didn't want elaborate tombs. Maybe all he wanted was sunrise. You stand and look around the tomb one last time. No offerings, no golden sarcophagus, no grand painted journey to eternity. And yet, you feel something. Not grandeur, not awe, but insistence, the stubborn pulse of belief. You exit into the fading light and watch the cliffs catch fire with orange and red. You imagine Akhenaten standing here thousands of years ago, trying to explain to everyone that all the gods they prayed to were merely reflections, that there was only one source, and that he saw it. You whisper, "Did you?" But the wind doesn't answer. Instead, you return to Waset one more time. The temples are louder now, bells ringing, drums pounding, incense thick enough to choke. You pass under stone archways, carved with names older than time. Amun, Mut, Thoth, Osiris. Their worship is once again the anchor of Egypt. And yet, you still see shadows of Akhenaten, in the way a scribe sketches a god with softer features, in the strange warmth of a courtyard left roofless, in a priest's song that ends with a note that lingers longer than it should. The people don't say his name, but some remember, some feel. A young student tells you she dreams of a god who doesn't have a face, just light. She asks if that's Amun. You say nothing. Let her decide. You walk through a field where farmers are planting by the rhythm of the Nile. One of them hums an old tune. It's not a hymn, just a melody. But you know it. You hum along, and in that moment, between the furrows and the river breeze and the sinking sun, it feels like he's still here. Not in power, not in legacy, but in the air. The years are sliding by now, like silt in the Nile, quiet, constant, and nearly invisible unless you really pay attention. You're older. So is Egypt. The chaos of Akhenaten's revolution has faded into that foggy space between scandal and myth. where most inconvenient truths eventually go. And in his place? Order. Mainstream historical fact. After the reigns of Tutankhamun and I, the general Horemheb seized power, launching a strong and often brutal campaign to restore Ma'at, the Egyptian concept of divine balance and order. He not only erased the Amarna period from history, he actively punished those who had supported it. You stand in Horemheb's court now, watching as a scribe lists names to be struck out. Some are nobles from Akhenaten. Some are officials who stayed just a little too loyal to the light. A few are even priests who hedged their bets and tried to worship both Aten and Amun. Traitors, the scribe mutters. You don't correct him. You're tired. And so, apparently, is Egypt. Fringe tidbit? Horemheb didn't just erase Akhenaten. He tried to make it as if he himself had ruled immediately after Amenhotep III, skipping the entire Amarna interlude. His monuments claimed victories and achievements that weren't his, including temple restorations and religious reforms initiated under Tutankhamun. You walk through a square where a massive stele has just been unveiled. It shows Horemheb offering to Amun, hands full of incense and piety. The inscription says he delivered the land from heretics. You squint. That's dramatic. But the crowd claps. The priests bow. The soldiers smile. Everyone is very invested in this new narrative. You visit a school where children are learning the names of the pharaohs in order. Amenhotep III. Horemheb, they chant. You raise a hand. You forgot a few. The teacher smiles tightly. No, we didn't. Historians still argue whether this erasure was just practical politics or a deeper attempt at historical therapy. An effort to heal by pretending the wound was never there. But memory doesn't always play along. You find a potter's shard with Aten's rays scratched faintly into the underside, hidden, like a secret handshake or a whispered apology. You visit a tomb where the family carved traditional funerary scenes, but in a private chamber behind a loose stone panel is a mural of Akhenaten and Nefertiti. It's faded, smudged, but it's there, a reminder that even when history tries to forget, people remember sideways. Fringe theory? Some scholars believe that certain artistic and theological elements from the Amarna period quietly filtered into later mystic sects and private rituals, subtle fingerprints of a king who tried to compress heaven into sunlight. You take a long walk through the streets of Memphis, Egypt's old new capital. The markets are bustling. The temples are loud. The walls are clean. Too clean. Whitewashed, someone says. You meet an old man sweeping a step. He fought under Horemheb. You ask him about Akhenaten. He frowns, then sighs. He was wrong, but he wasn't evil. You pause. Do you think he meant well? The man chuckles. I think he meant something. That's more than most. You nod. That tracks. You visit an archive where a young scholar shows you an odd papyrus fragment. It's written in an unusually poetic style. No names, no gods, just references to the light that walks beside us. Is it Atenist? You ask. She shrugs. No one knows. It's unsigned. Could be from anyone. Could be from no one. You leave wondering how many voices are still out there, floating in scraps, waiting to be recognized. You walk along the Nile at dusk. The The river knows everything, of course. It saw Akhenaten rise, gleaming like a polished gem. It saw Tutankhamun limp back to Thebes. It carried Horemheb's barge of ambition. And still it flows. It doesn't pick sides, just tides. The stars rise above you, and the constellations burn the way they always have. You think of Akhenaten watching them, and choosing, boldly, maybe foolishly, to ignore them all. To say no to gods with animal heads and rich backstories. To say yes to one, faceless radiance. To say, we need less noise. Maybe he was wrong. Or maybe he was just early. You look back toward the city. Smoke rises from temple altars. Hymns ring from every precinct. The old gods are back on their thrones. But if you tilt your head just right, you can still see it. The outline of something strange, something simpler, something made of light. The city sleeps now. You walk its nighttime streets, quieter than you've ever known them, and wonder if the stones themselves remember, whether the walls, scrubbed clean of heresy, still hum with forgotten names under the plaster, and whether Akhenaten still walks these alleys in dreams. Mainstream historical fact. The systematic erasure of Akhenaten's legacy was so effective that until the rediscovery of Amarna in the late 19th century, historians had little idea that such a radical chapter ever existed. His name, his theology, his city, gone from official record for more than 1,000 years. And yet, here you are, wandering through history's blind spot. You pass a shrine recently rededicated to Amun. Its pillars are fresh with carvings, torchlight flickering across gold leaf. But tucked behind a column, just at the edge of shadow, is a single limestone block reused from an earlier building. You see it immediately. Aten rays, faint, barely there. But there, fringe, tidbit. Many stones from Akhenaten's temples were salvaged and reused as fill material in later constructions. These talatot blocks were only discovered when restoration workers found mismatched carvings inside unrelated monuments, like puzzle pieces from the wrong box. You kneel, brush your fingers across the old grooves. It's like touching a heartbeat under marble. You move on, following the sound of the Nile at night. Crickets, river frogs, a distant jackal's yip. The same music Akhenaten must have heard from his palace balcony. The same lullaby that swaddled his failed utopia. You pass through a village where someone's burning incense at a roadside altar. Isis, you think. Or maybe Hathor. The smoke curls like a ribbon, silver and slow. A woman standing nearby murmurs a prayer. You catch a few words. Light our steps. She notices your glance. Old words, she says. Passed down? You nod. You don't tell her they come from a sun worshipper. No one's supposed to remember. Historians still argue what to do with Akhenaten now. Some books call him a heretic, a madman, a tyrant who destroyed centuries of spiritual balance. Others call him a visionary, a proto-monotheist, the first glimmer of ideas that wouldn't fully bloom for another 1,000 years. Most agree on one thing. He was unlike any other pharaoh, and that might have been the real problem. You find yourself back at a scribe's house near the old records archive. A thin man is copying scrolls by lamp glow. You ask him if he ever heard of Akhenaten. He glances around, then whispers, "My grandfather told me stories." "Of the Sun King?" He shakes his head. "No, of the dreamer, the one who walked without shadows." You sit for a while and listen to him recount tales, some poetic, some a bit ridiculous. In one, Akhenaten speaks directly to the sunrise, and the Nile replies. In another, he tries to catch a sunbeam in his hands and burns his fingers. You laugh. So does the scribe. "It doesn't matter if they're true," he says. "They're ours." And maybe that's the point. You pass a mural being repainted in a noble's hall. The workers are careful, respectful. One of them says they found an older layer beneath the current painting. "Erase it?" someone asked. "No," he replies. "Paint around it." You walk back into the open street. A breeze picks up, cool and dry, brushing through your hair like an invisible hand. The moon is high, but you can still feel the ghost of sun rays on your skin. And you wonder, if you were Akhenaten, would you have tried? Knowing what you know now? Would you have built the city, challenged the gods, changed the prayers of millions, just to follow an idea so bright it hurt to look at? You step into an abandoned courtyard. There's nothing here but weeds, fallen tiles, and the memory of architecture. But when you close your eyes, you can almost see it again. White walls, open altars, a woman singing to her children in a high sunlit room, a pharaoh walking barefoot at dawn, whispering thank you to a god that didn't wear a face or a crown. Fringe theory? Some Egyptologists believe Akhenaten's legacy was never meant to survive in the usual way, that his theology was too abstract, too ephemeral, not meant for stone, but for sunlight, not for temples, but for morning air. You open your eyes. The courtyard is dark, but a sliver of moonlight slices across the flagstones, just enough to cast a faint glow. And in that glow, you see footprints. Yours, yes, but maybe also his. You awaken before dawn now, instinctively, as if your body remembers something your mind keeps forgetting. The city is still, the stars barely visible against the bruised blue sky. You step outside and walk barefoot, slowly, silently, toward the edge of the river. And wait, because this moment, this quiet breath between night and day, it's where he lived. Mainstream historical fact. Akhenaten's legacy, buried under centuries of deliberate omission, was exhumed piece by piece in the modern era. The discovery of Amarna, of his letters, his hymns, his city, and his strange, sun-drenched art cracked open a lost chapter of human imagination. The sun breaks the horizon, first as a whisper, then a glow, then a revelation. You close your eyes and let it warm your skin. There are no statues here, no incense, no names, just the light, slow and soft and sure. You hear it, his voice. Maybe, or maybe just your own thoughts, shaped in the cadence of his dream. You rise, and all is made new again, not by force, not by command, but by light. You open your eyes. It's just the river and the sky. But somehow, that's enough. You turn and walk into a new day, one step at a time. The temples behind you ring with old names and older rituals. The priests chant in rhythms that haven't changed in 1,000 years. Egypt, solid, eternal, predictable, is awake. But somewhere in the countryside, maybe in the heart of a shepherd or the notebook of a quiet poet, there's a trace of something else. A song without a chorus, a prayer without a name, a god with no image. Fringe tidbit? Some archaeologists believe small Atenist communities may have quietly persisted in remote regions for a generation or two after the fall of Akhenaten. No temples, just open spaces, just people and the sun. You visit one last village on your way north. A girl draws a picture in the sand, a circle with rays and hands at the end. Who taught you that? You ask. My mother. And her? Her mother too. She shrugs. It's just the sun. But she says it with reverence, and you realize maybe the gods do return. But not always with thunder and temples. Sometimes they return as memory, as longing, as a light you can feel, even when your eyes are closed. Historians still argue whether Akhenaten was history's greatest mistake or its greatest foreshadowing, whether he fractured a powerful nation or offered it its first taste of spiritual intimacy, whether his god was real or just a mirror held up to the morning. But you've walked his road, and maybe you don't have answers, but you have one truth. He dared. He dared to question the sky, to strip the world down to its most basic warmth, and say, this is enough. This is divine. And for 17 years, however imperfectly, the world followed. The sun rises higher now, casting sharp shadows and golden highlights. You begin the walk home, back to the stories, with beginnings and endings. Gods with heads of falcons and jackals, kings who conquered and built and died properly. Akhenaten did none of those things properly, and yet he remains. Not in stone, but in slanting light. And when someone, somewhere, opens their arms to the sky, not in fear, but in gratitude, with no image in their mind, but warmth and brightness, that's him. Still shining, still reaching, still whispering, let there be light. Now, close your eyes. Let the light fade behind your eyelids. Let the warmth of the sun you've imagined soften into the hum of quiet dreams. Breathe slowly, like the Nile in midsummer. Deep, steady, patient. The city is far behind you now. The temples are silent. The statues are still. The names, so many names, can rest for tonight, because the story is over. And all that's left is the peace between heartbeats. Feel the air settle. Let your thoughts drift like gold dust on a breeze, like forgotten prayers rising with the dawn. You don't need to hold anything anymore. Not the history, not the questions, not even the light. Just rest. You've walked through centuries, followed kings and dreamers, seen glory, seen failure, seen a man who tried to change the world using only the sky. Now it's your turn to let go, to soften, to sink into quiet. The sun will rise again tomorrow. But for now, close your eyes. Breathe in the silence and sleep. End of story. Wish you have a sweet dreams.